Chapter 2134. Yama Palace. Yama? Could the part that disappeared be the palace? Yama Palace? Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly, revealing a trace of contemplation. The hall in front of him was pitch black. Standing outside and looking in, he couldn't even see 10 feet in front of him clearly. Before long, he heard footsteps behind him. Ning Chi didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Yama. When Meng Shitua and Ming Di saw these two words, their hearts trembled as they looked at each other in disbelief. Do you recognize this place? Ning Chi slowly turned around and asked calmly. This time, Ming Di was one step ahead and cupped his hands. Senior, I've seen the words Yama in an ancient text. Tell me about it. Ning Chi smiled. Yes. Ming Di nodded and glanced at Meng Shitua Fan. Then he carefully recounted everything he knew about Yama, word by word. In that ancient text, it was recorded that there was an extremely powerful force in the ninth heaven that could enforce the law on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Trillions of underworld beings were born from it. At that time, 50% of the souls were sent out by the underworld cultivators to retrieve them. Senior, you must have seen that statue, right? Divine General Soul Reaper was also a member of this force. Ming Di's words caused Lu Zhong and Guihai to gasp in disbelief. Enforce the law on behalf of the heavenly Tao. They could send underworld cultivators out to retrieve souls. There was actually such a force in the underworld. From the moment they were born, the common sense they received was that the cultivators of another world needed to be under the control of the heavenly Tao to search for souls in various places. This was irreversible. If they wanted to resist, they had to kill the heavenly Tao. But such a thing was impossible. Now that Ming Di said that there was such a force that could enforce the law on behalf of the heavenly Tao, the cultivation of the leader of this force must be earth-shattering. This force is called Yama Palace, Ming Di said in a low voice. That's all. Ning Chi's brows furrowed slightly. Emperor Hades' information was very limited, but Ning Chi had a rough idea of what was going on. This place might be related to the legend on Earth, but there were still some discrepancies. Senior, there are only a few records in the ancient text. Ming Di whispered. What about you? Ning Chi looked at Meng Shitua Fan. Meng Shitua laughed dryly. My knowledge is more or less the same as his. Ning Chi nodded lightly and turned to look at the great hall in front of him. After a few moments of silence, Ning Chi lifted his foot and walked into the great hall. Senior. When Weong Chiefing saw this, he was slightly shocked. He subconsciously looked at the creepy hall, then gritted his teeth and followed in. Are we going in or not? If this really is the legendary place, then it's too dangerous. Meng Shitua turned to Ming Di. Ming Di was also very hesitant, not daring to make a move. Even the two of them were hesitant, let alone the other cultivators. After hearing Ming Di's description of Yama Palace, their reverence for this place increased. Even the youngest cultivator present had lived for tens of thousands of years, but they had never heard of Yama Palace. They couldn't believe that this place could replace the heavenly Tao to enforce the law. If what Ming Di said was true, and this was indeed Yama Palace, then it must be extremely dangerous inside. One wrong move and one soul would be destroyed. Lord Ming Di, Sect Master Meng Shi, since I'm already here, I'd like to go in and take a look. What do you think? Lu Zhong and Guihai suddenly cupped their hands. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes fell on them, some filled with admiration, some astonishment. How much courage did one need to enter despite knowing how dangerous this place was? You want to go in? Meng Shitua frowned slightly, then exchanged a glance with Ming Di. The two of them immediately made a decision. Then let's go together, but the rest of you should wait here. If too many people enter, we might trigger some sort of formation. That wouldn't be good. Meng Shitua glanced at the surrounding cultivators indifferently. Those cultivators were swept by his gaze, lowered their heads, one after another, seeing Ming Di, Ming Shitao, and Lu Zhong and Gui Hai enter the palace. The Sea Goddess Hall's master, the Dark Spirit Sex master, and the other Nether Passage experts felt an itch in their hearts. On one hand, they were afraid of the palace's dangers, but on the other hand, they were unwilling to give up. In the end, they clenched their teeth and decided to take a gamble. If they could obtain even the slightest benefit from this place, it would be enough for them to benefit for the rest of their lives. Sometimes, cultivators were the same as merchants. As long as the profit was great enough to trigger the greed in people's hearts, they would choose to take a gamble. Sometimes, the cultivation base and status of supreme existences were won by taking risks again and again. When Ning Qi entered the palace, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. Although it was pitch black, Ning Qi subconsciously walked up to a row of divine statues. These divine statues all had sinister expressions. Some had black snakes coiled around their bodies, some had ox heads and horse faces, some held judge brushes, and some held mourning sticks. Judges, ox heads, and horse faces, black and white impermanences. Ning Qi recognized these divine statues. He wasn't sure if his guess was correct, but these divine statues were 80 to 90% identical to the legends in his memories. However, there were a few other divine statues that he didn't recognize. When Ning Qi's gaze landed on the divine statue with the black snake coiled around its body, he was startled. He didn't recognize the divine statue, but he felt that the black snake was very familiar. It looked extremely similar to the third prince. This was an underworld snake. As expected, Ming San came from the netherworld. For him to appear here, his ancestor must not have been simple. Ning Qi released the third Ming prince from the creation field with a slight thought. Where is this? The third prince was startled. This was the first time he had come to such a dark place. Back then, the Ink Sea was considered dark, right? But he was in the depths of the Ink Sea, and his vision could reach tens of thousands of miles. Here, he could only see Ning Qi and the statues in front of him. Everywhere else was dark, and he couldn't see anything at all. Look, Ning Qi said calmly. The third prince was startled. He followed Ning Qi's gaze and stood rooted to the ground as if he had been petrified. Is that your ancestor? Ning Qi said calmly. Should be. Where is this place? Who is this divine statue? How could my ancestor be ordered around by anyone? The third prince was unwilling to believe it. What do you think is the relationship between us? The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up. The third prince was startled. He looked a little dejected. There's no need for that. This divine statue must have been an earth-shattering existence in the past. You should feel honored that your ancestor was its mount. Ning Qi said with a smile. The third prince was even more confused. Where was this place? Chapter 2135. A murderous flame from Wuyang Chifeng's point of view. If this place was truly the legendary Yamahal that enforced the law on behalf of the heavenly Tao, then a statue placed here must be an ancient existence. And the mount of such an existence couldn't be weak, perhaps on par with the dark dragon that swam to the second heaven of the underworld. The conversation between Ning Qi and the third Ming prince had deeply shaken him, causing him to look at the third Ming prince in a different light. Wuyang Chifeng was already shocked by the sudden appearance of this person. However, this person's background was so terrifying. Wuyang Chifeng could no longer use words to describe the shock in his heart. He could only stare blankly at the third prince. Ning Qi briefly explained the history of this place. The more the third Ming prince listened, the more shocked he became, but his face lit up with ecstasy. I knew my Nether Snake clan had an extraordinary background, the third Ming prince said excitedly, but it's already declined. Ning Qi poured cold water on the third Ming prince. Perhaps even your ancestors' master has passed away. This place has been uninhabited for far too long. The third Ming prince was a little taken aback. Then he said with dissatisfaction, "Who hasn't died in this world? I believe that even those with supreme cultivation can't escape reincarnation." "You're quite knowledgeable." Ning Qi was a little surprised. The goal of ordinary cultivators was to live forever, but the third Ming prince seemed to be the complete opposite. From his words, it was clear that he had a clearer view of life and death than ordinary cultivators. The third prince ignored Ning Qi and continued to stare at the godly statue. Seeing this, Ning Qi turned around and went to the center of the hall. It was empty, but he knew that there must be an even more majestic statue here, and it could very well be the lord of this hall. Is it that woman, or is it someone else? Ning Qi looked at the incomplete base of the statue and thought to himself. Judging from the base, the statue had been forcefully uprooted or pushed down, so the base was a little uneven. At this time, footsteps came from behind. Ming Di and the others had arrived. They looked around the hall and finally gathered in front of the 9 intact statues. He is Meng Shi, Tuo Fan, and Ming Di were slightly startled. They looked at the third prince with a trace of solemnity and fear. They were certain that they had never seen this person before. Moreover, they had followed Ning Qi closely after he entered the hall. When did this person appear? Or could it be that he was a member of this hall? The crowd immediately thought of the woman they had seen in the Jade Lake. They looked at the third prince with astonishment and stepped back subconsciously, not daring to approach the third prince. The third prince, Ming, didn't seem to notice, as he was still staring at the statue. Suddenly the hall lit up. Lanterns were lit all around the hall, illuminating the dark hall with incomparable brightness. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized that this was a great hall made up of countless statues. The walls around the great hall were carved with statues of various sizes, whether it was on the pillars or above the crowd's heads. As far as the eye could see, there were statues of gods everywhere. These statues had different expressions, and none of them were the same. A rough estimate showed that there should be more than 10,000 of them. A trace of fear filled everyone's hearts, because the eyes of these statues seemed to be alive, as if they were staring at them. Retreat! The Sea Goddess Palace's master retreated step by step. This place was too strange, and he didn't dare to risk his life to obtain more opportunities. A flame suddenly flew up, and before the Sea Goddess Palace's master could dodge, it landed on his body. A grand mid-nether passage cultivator was incinerated just like that. The dark spirit sex master and the others were horrified. This place was too dangerous. They had killed an existence on the same level as them without making a sound. Before they could react, the surrounding flames flew up one after another. Their speed was very slow, but no one, including Ming Di and the Sea Goddess Palace's master, dared to question their power. 10, 50, 100, 300. Whenever the flames in the oil lamps flew up, a new flame would be born. Very soon, the hall was filled with thousands of flames floating in the air. One of the cultivators, finally, could not endure the fear in his heart anymore. He subconsciously took a step back, and the flame closest to him directly landed on him. He did not even have the time to howl before he followed in the footsteps of the hall master of the Sea Goddess Hall. Retreating means death! Everyone was shocked, and cold sweat appeared on their backs. No one dared to act rashly. Otherwise, their end would be the same as the Sea Goddess Palace's master and the Sea Goddess Palace's masters. When Huion Chiefing saw this, a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have walked in. He subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. At this moment, in his heart, only Ning Qi could solve their predicament. Senior. After waiting for a full 2 hours, seeing that Ning Qi was still standing there without moving, Meng Shituo finally couldn't bear it anymore. More and more flames were appearing in the hall, and if this continued, they wouldn't be able to guarantee that they wouldn't be touched by the flames. Could it be that even Senior doesn't dare to move? This place is too strange. Although his cultivation base is high, he might not be a match for these flames. Just what kind of flames are these? Everyone's expressions were a bit unsightly. At this moment, all the flames in the surroundings began to move. Mingdi's eyes were filled with fear, but when everyone saw where the flames were coming from, they heaved a sigh of relief, because the flames were drifting towards Ningqi. This place really has a spirit. It knows who is the strongest. But if that person is killed, won't it be our turn? Meng Shituo and Mingdi exchanged a glance. If Ningqi died, then it would definitely be their turn. Very quickly, tens of thousands of flames gathered in front of Ningqi. In the end, these flames didn't burn Ningqi to ashes as they had expected. Instead, they continued to fuse together, turning into thousands, thousands into hundreds, and hundreds into one. In the end, tens of thousands of terrifying flames fused into one and floated in front of Ningqi. Disbelief filled the eyes of the crowd when they saw this. What was even more shocking was that when Ningqi gently raised his hand, the flames seemed to have a mind of their own as they silently landed in the center of Ningqi's palm. However, Ningqi was not burned to ashes by the flames. Who is he? Chapter 2136. Chapter 2136. Chapter 2136. The Eternal Flame. This flame, Ningqi looked at the fire in his palm. He felt a little warm, but he didn't feel any discomfort. Just now he had unconsciously raised his hand. It was as if he had been influenced by something after entering this hall. At this time, someone tentatively took a step back. When he discovered that there were no more strange flames, he immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. He looked at Ningqi with fear and a trace of admiration. He had thought that Ningqi had resolved this crisis. Rumble, a loud noise came from all around the hall. The stones on the ground sank, and when they rose again, they turned into 9 candlesticks. The 9 candlesticks were extremely exquisite. Complicated patterns were carved on them. Upon closer inspection, the patterns seemed to be able to suck in one's soul, making one feel suffocated. Meng Shituo and Ming Di spent a dozen breaths of time before they regained their senses. They looked at each other in shock. These 9 candlesticks were clearly what Zhao Lan wanted them to find. What should we do? Meng Shituo secretly transmitted his voice. What else can we do? Ming Di glanced at him coldly. What else could they do at this point? With their cultivation, would they dare to snatch the 9 candlesticks from the senior? What a pity, Meng Shituo sighed inwardly. If they could bring these 9 candlesticks out, they might be able to leave the 2nd heaven and reach the 3rd heaven or even the 4th heaven. At their level, although they were almost invincible in the 2nd heaven, it was extremely difficult to break through the bottleneck and reach the void nether realm. They would only have a chance if they reached the 3rd heaven or the 4th heaven. So this is the eternal flame. Ningqi's eyes brightened as he looked at the statues around him. He had a faint feeling that this flame was prepared for him by the statues. Perhaps the original bodies of these statues had left behind a wisp of divine sense here, just like the woman in front of him. The mission will be completed if I light the eternal flame. Will this place disappear if I do? A hint of hesitation flashed in Ningqi's eyes. He had entered the Netherworld River Divine Palace to complete the mandatory mission that the system had assigned to him. But now he wanted to stay in the Netherworld River Divine Palace for a while and see if that woman had left any more clues. The Netherworld River Divine Palace was huge, and there had to be other places after Yen Luodian. Bang! Suddenly a loud noise came from outside. The cultivators outside the hall quickly turned to look. The source of the noise seemed to be from the Jade Lake. Could it be that another cultivator came in and happened to encounter the 3,000 minotaurs and the headless body? This commotion, could it be that Ambassador Zhao Lan has entered? Meng Shitua's expression changed slightly. Emperor Ming didn't say a word. He calmly turned around and looked over. His guess was the same as Meng Zichuofan's. Zhaolan must have come in to cause such a huge commotion. Otherwise, with the headless body and the 3,000 Minotaur strength, any ordinary cultivator would be able to kill them easily. There was no way there would be such a huge commotion. Outside the jade pool, Zhaolan stood nearby with a complicated expression, watching the two figures fighting the headless body and the 3,000 Minotaurs. Occasionally, some Minotaurs would find him, but Zhaolan would easily kill them. However, just like Ning Qi and the others, he couldn't kill all the Minotaurs. Zhao Lan's position wasn't too close to the front, so there weren't many Minotaurs that came for him. He could deal with them easily. If there were around 100 Minotaurs that came for him, he would probably have to flee even with his early stage void nether cultivation. All of this was because the two figures in front of him had absorbed most of the firepower. They were cultivators at the third heaven like him, but their cultivation and combat strength were much higher than his. They were at the late stage of the void nether realm. Moreover, their status in the third heaven was much higher than Zhao Lan's. They were people of the same generation as Zhao Lan's Uncle Master and Uncle Master. While Zhao Lan was waiting for Ming Di and the others outside, he didn't expect the two of them to receive the news through some unknown channel and rush over. Zhao Lan's intention was to let Ming Di and the others bear all the risk while he reaped the benefits. After all, the Nether River Divine Palace wasn't a simple place. Even with his early stage void nether strength, he didn't have much confidence that he could escape unscathed. However, the two of them thought differently. Relying on their late-stage void nether cultivation, they insisted on entering the Nether River Divine Palace on their own to explore. Because of that, Zhao Lan reluctantly followed them in. His originally happy mood darkened because of the two of them. Soon, the two late-stage void nether cultivators realized they were unable to kill the headless body. One of them reached out and grabbed at Zhao Lan. The three of them seized the opportunity and charged into the Jade Lake. When the headless body saw this, it immediately stopped. The 3,000 Minotaurs also calmed down and stared at Zhao Lan and the others. So they don't dare to enter this place, haha. One of the cultivators carried a gourd on his back and had a head full of messy white hair. When he saw that the headless body couldn't enter the jade pool, he immediately laughed proudly. The other cultivator was a bit calmer. He was a middle-aged man with a scholarly air about him. The cultivators of the underworld looked ferocious to begin with, but this person was somewhat similar to the humans of the central continent. In the underworld, he could be considered a handsome man. Aunt Master Jiao, Aunt Master Qingyan, shall we go? Zhao Lan looked at the headless body with lingering fear. She wasn't sure if this place could really stop the headless body. If the other party swarmed in, they would die of exhaustion. This seems to be a spirit fruit garden. Why are the fruits gone? Even the ground has been turned upside down. Disciple niece Zhao Lan, you're really muddle-headed. How could you let those ants enter this place? What if they ruin the spirit fruits? Aunt Master Jiao looked around. When she saw that the jade pool seemed to have been ransacked by a group of robbers, she immediately felt displeased. All right, senior brother Jiao, it's just a spirit fruit. Rumor has it that the Netherworld River Divine Palace has the eternal fire. That's our goal this time. Let's leave this place before the cultivators of the middle 3 heavens arrive. Let's see if we can obtain the eternal fire. Qingyan said calmly. Martial Uncle Jiu snorted coldly and nodded reluctantly. However, he still glared at Zhao Lan unhappily. In fact, he was already unhappy that Zhao Lan had arrived here without informing them. If it were not for the fact that Zhao Lan's master was his junior brother, he would have killed him with a slap if it were anyone else. Chapter 2137. Chapter 2137. Chapter 2137. Don T move kid. The voice disappeared. Meng Shitua and Ming Di exchanged a look. There were only two possibilities. Either Xiaolan had died at the hands of the headless body, or Xiaolan had entered the jade pool, and the headless body and the other monsters did not dare to attack. Ning Qi withdrew his gaze from the jade lake. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked towards the 9 candlesticks. When the flame in his hand approached the first candlestick, it automatically separated and lit it up. At this moment, a bright red pattern appeared below the candlestick. This pattern was spreading towards the second candlestick. At the same time, the atmosphere in the main hall became different because the first candlestick was lit up. As for what exactly was different, Meng Shi, Tuo Fan, and the others could not tell for the time being. Why did he light up the candlestick? Is there some special meaning behind it? Emissary Zhao Lan wanted the candlestick. As for whether it was lit up or not, it should not matter, right? Meng Shituo looked at Ming Di and transmitted his voice. Perhaps there are some things that Emissary Zhao Lan did not tell us. Ming Di's expression was solemn. Meng Shituo felt that it made sense. Zhao Lan said that as long as they brought the 9 candlesticks to them, they would have a chance to enter the 3rd or even the 4th heaven. They would definitely benefit more. As for what the candlesticks were for, Zhao Lan would not tell them. The only thing they could be sure of was that these 9 candlesticks were not ordinary items. Outside the hall, all the cultivators stared in shock. When Ningqi lit up the first candlestick, the entire hall emitted a faint golden glow. The golden glow was not blinding, but it made one feel as if they were facing a divine being. It was an indescribable feeling. Some cultivators had already unconsciously knelt on the ground. They did not even realize what they were doing. Their expressions became extremely solemn. At that moment, Uncle Master Jiao, Qing Yin, and Xiaolan also saw Yan Luo Dian glowing with golden light. They immediately rushed to the front of the hall as fast as they could. Yan Luo. Uncle Master Jiao and Qing Yin looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. After the shock, they were overjoyed. The legendary Yan Luo Jian that enforces the law on behalf of heaven? It's actually in the Styx Palace. Zhao Lan was dumbfounded. She quickly came to her senses and looked around for Meng Shi, Tuo Fan, and Ming Di's whereabouts. However, she couldn't find them. You come here. Where's your master? Zhao Lan beckoned to one of Emperor Hades' subordinates. Emissary, Emperor Hades has already entered the Great Hall, said the late Nether Passage expert respectfully. This was an envoy from the higher realms, a void nether existence. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit rude. Emissary, these 3 are the high envoys. The surrounding cultivators all looked at Zhao Lan and the other 2 in shock. Normally, it was rare to see cultivators from the upper realm, but this time there were 3 of them. This really shocked them. He has already entered the main hall? Damn it. Aunt Master Jiao and Qing Yun immediately reacted. They transformed into a bolt of lightning and sped into the main hall. However, just as they reached the door, a golden light shot out from Yan Luo Dian and struck them. The 2 of them cried out in pain and flew backward, landing heavily beside Zhao Lan's feet. Martial uncle, are you all right? Zhao Lan was slightly shocked. She quickly went forward to check on their injuries. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she realized that they could still breathe. If the 2 of them died here today, she probably wouldn't be able to explain herself when she returned to the higher realm. The surrounding cultivators were very shocked. Envoys from the higher realm were at least at the void nether realm, right? Such beings couldn't even enter this great hall? What exactly happened inside? It should be pointed out that when Ming Di and the others entered earlier, there was no such phenomenon in the Great Hall. We're fine. Aunt Master Jiao and Qing Yin crawled up from the ground. They looked shocked and uncertain. The 2 of them ran to the entrance of the Great Hall again. This time, they did not enter easily. Instead, they stared intently at the scene inside the Great Hall. At this moment, Ning Qi was just about to light up the second candlestick. 9 candlesticks. That's the eternal flame. Aunt Master Jiao and Qing Yun's expressions were extremely ugly. When Zhao Lan saw this, she also walked to the entrance of the great hall. Her expression became extremely grim, just like her martial uncle and Qing Yun's. Stop! Seeing that Ning Qi was about to light up the second candlestick, Aunt Master Jiu immediately shouted. All the cultivators in the great hall looked towards her. When Meng Shi, Tuafan, and Ming Di saw Zhao Lan, their expressions changed. They glanced at Aunt Master Jiu and Qing Yun, feeling extremely shocked. The auras of these two were many times stronger than Zhao Lan's. Why did the higher realm send people down again? I'm an envoy from the higher realm. Lad, don't move. Hurry up and come out. Aunt Master Jiu pointed at Ning Qi and said. Qing Yun looked a little nervous as well. He stared intently at the flame in Ning Qi's hand. If the 9 candlesticks were lit up by this lad, they would lose this great opportunity. The two of them had waited for so many years. It was rare for them to have a chance to come into contact with this kind of opportunity that even cultivators in the upper third heaven might not have. How could they bear to miss it? Meng Shi, Tuafan, what are the two of you waiting for? Suppress him. Zhao Lan shouted angrily. They knew that it was his order. But the two of them did not do anything after seeing the candlesticks. This made him extremely angry. If the two of them had been more agile, he might have obtained the 9 candlesticks before his Aunt Master and Uncle Master arrived. Until now, Zhao Lan had always thought that the key to obtaining the eternal flame was the candlesticks. He did not know that the 9 candlesticks were just a medium. Suppress him? Meng Shi, Tuafan, and Ming Di looked at each other. Then they smiled bitterly. Just as they were about to explain, they saw that Ning Qi had already lit up the second candlestick. The red patterns at the bottom of the first candlestick immediately connected with the second candlestick. Then they gradually spread towards the third candlestick. At the same time, the golden light in the great hall became brighter. When Aunt Master Jiu and Qing Yun saw this, their eyes widened and their hearts twitched. Lad, didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up and come out. Seeing that Ning Qi was walking towards the third candlestick, Aunt Master Jiu shouted. The anger in her heart burned so fiercely that it was almost tangible. Ning Qi stopped in his tracks. When the two of them saw this, they thought that Ning Qi was afraid. In the end, Ning Qi looked at them and smiled faintly. If you are so capable, come in. Go in. This great hall was obviously protected by some array formation. How could they go in? As if angered by Ning Qi's arrogant words, Aunt Master Jiu was stunned for a moment. Then she punched Ning Qi. Boom! Chapter 2138. Chapter 2138. Chapter 2138. First come, first served. Senior brother. Qing Yun glanced coldly at Ning Qi and made a decision in his heart. As long as there was a chance, he would make this man wish he was dead. Then he walked over to Aunt Master Jiu's body and checked. He saw that she was still breathing, but she was severely injured. Immediately, he fed her a healing elixir. Cough, cough! Aunt Master Jiu coughed violently and finally regained her breath. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they looked at Yen Luo Jian in fear. Even the cultivators from the upper realm were beaten up so badly. They could not imagine if they were in Yen Luo Dian's shoes. Would they be instantly killed? Senior brother, this is the Yama Palace. You have to calm down. Any random formation isn't something we can defend against. Qing Yun whispered. Calm down, calm down. How can I calm down? He's about to finish lighting up the eternal flame. As long as all 9 candlesticks light up, the inheritance of the Netherworld River Divine Palace will fall into his hands. How can I calm down? This is the inheritance of the Nether River Divine Palace. With this inheritance, you and I won't have to worry about not becoming almighty in the future. Aunt Master Jiu looked excited. Zhao Lan, who was standing at the entrance of the Yen Luo Jian Hall, stared at Ning Qi. However, he heard everything Uncle Master Jiu had said. His heart was bleeding, just like Xiaolan. Ning Qi had already lit up the third candlestick. Seeing that this opportunity was about to be taken away by a lowly person from the lower domain, Xiaolan was filled with hatred and regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have entered the netherworld river divine palace himself from the beginning. The person who lit the candlestick now would definitely be him. Senior brother, we all understand this logic. However, we can't enter right now. Forcing our way in won't work. Qing Yun sighed. Blue Cloud, you're usually full of tricks. Even a perfected void, nether existence, was tricked by you. You better think of a way to stop that brat from lighting the eternal flame. Uncle Master, Jiu grabbed Qing Yun's arm and said sternly. Qing Yun frowned and then nodded. He walked to the door of Yan Luo Dian and said loudly to Ning Qi, Little brother, do you know that what you are doing is related to your life? If you don't stop now, no one will be able to save you and the rest of you as well. Once he ignites all 9 candlesticks, he will release a certain existence, suppressed here. That existence is an ancient devil. Once it is released, none of you will be able to live. Ancient devil, Lu Zhong, Gui Hai, and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They thought about Aunt Master Jiu's anxious expression just now, and then thought about how this was the legendary Yamahal that enforced the law on behalf of the heavens. They believed Qin Yun's words 60 to 70%. However, stop Ningqi? What a joke! Who could stop Ningqi here? Who would dare to attack Ningqi? Qin Yun's plan was very simple. He wanted the cultivators inside the Grand Hall to join forces to suppress Ningqi. However, his plan was wrong. He did not know that Ningqi's position in their hearts was the same as the 3 of them. They were also treated as cultivators who had descended from the upper realm. Meng Shi Tuo Fan, did the 2 of you hear that? If he ignites all 9 candlesticks, all of you will die. Zhao Lan shouted sternly. Emissary, we are no match for him. The 2 of them finally sent a voice transmission and smiled bitterly. No match for him. Zhao Lan was stunned. She looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. If the 2 of them joined forces, they would be invincible in this world. How could they say that they could not defeat this lad? Why are all of you in a daze? Are you not even going to listen to the emissary? Hurry up and suppress this lad. Otherwise, you will not be able to escape the blame if he causes a huge disaster. Aunt Master Jiu walked to Qing Yun's side and shouted sternly with her eyes wide open. Her gaze landed on Ning Qi. If looks could kill, Ning Qi would have been chopped into pieces by Aunt Master Jiu's gaze. Emissaries, this senior is also a cultivator from the upper realm. Lu Zhong and Gui Hai laughed bitterly and said, He is a cultivator from the upper realm? Aunt Master Jiu and Gui Hai were slightly stunned. Their eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. The passageway from the 3rd heaven to the 2nd heaven was firmly controlled by their sect. How could a cultivator from the upper realm descend to the 2nd heaven without a word? Unless this person came from the middle 3rd heaven, he would not need to borrow the passageway from their sect. However, Ning Qi's aura was not only not strong, but very weak. Therefore, the 2 of them had never thought that Ning Qi would come from the 4th or 5th heaven. Now, after hearing Lu Zhong and Gui Hai's words, the 2 of them looked at Ning Qi in shock. Impossible. How can this lad be a cultivator from the upper realm? Aunt Master Jiu shook her head, obviously in disbelief. However, Qing Yin stopped her from speaking. Instead, she looked at Ning Qi and said sincerely, Sir, please listen to me. There is indeed an ancient demon in the Netherworld River Divine Palace. If you ignite these 9 candlesticks, you might activate the restrictive spell in this place and allow the ancient demon to escape. When that happens, not only you, but even we will not be able to leave this place alive. Do you think I am stupid? This is clearly the eternal fire. What does it have to do with the restrictive spell? Ning Qi finally could not take it anymore. He walked to the entrance of the hall and looked at Qing Yun and Aunt Master Ju strangely. You know about the eternal fire? Qin Yin looked at Ning Qi in shock. If I didn't know about it, would I be here? First come, first served. I was faster than you, but you just stood outside and watched quietly. Now, you're threatening me and lying at the same time. What is this? Ning Qi frowned. With that, he ignored the three of them and lit up the remaining candlesticks in front of them. Qin Yin and Aunt Master Jiu felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. They watched helplessly as the fat meat that was about to be in their mouths was snatched away by someone else. Although Zhao Lan was very indignant, she did not feel that bad. Anyway, these two Aunt Master Jiu and Aunt Master Jiu were here today. The inheritance of the Netherworld River Divine Palace would not belong to them. Soon, the 9th candlestick was also lit by Ning Qi. The red patterns at the bottom of the candlestick were completely connected and shone brightly. It was like a special array formation. In the next moment, the golden light above Yan Luo Jian became extremely dazzling. The cultivators outside could not open their eyes. They had no choice but to retreat thousands of feet before they felt better. In their eyes, Yan Luo Jian seemed to have become a huge sun. In Yan Luo Jian, after the 9 candlesticks were lit by the eternal fire, the surrounding god statues finally moved. Figures flew out from the god statues and landed in the hall. In an instant, the hall became bustling with activity. Ming Di and the others gasped. Their eyes were filled with fear. They hurriedly hid in the corners of the hall. However, they realized that these figures were not real, but illusory. The 3rd Ming prince, who had been staring at the god statue, also trembled. He saw a figure fly out from the god statue in front of him and land beside him. The nether snake coiled around this figure was hissing and looking at him coldly. Ancestor. Chapter 2139. Chapter 2139. Chapter 2139 mission accomplished. The shadow that appeared in front of the 3rd Ming prince glanced at him indifferently before walking towards Ning Qi's direction. The other statues also flew out one after another. These statues might have the highest status here. When the other shadows saw them, they all moved to the sides without prior agreement. The 3rd prince hurried to catch up, his eyes following the snake. He wanted to communicate with it, but the snake didn't seem to notice that the 3rd prince shared the same bloodline as it. It didn't pay much attention to the 3rd prince. Don't tell me they were once experts from Yan Luo Jian. What kind of state is this? Don't we Netherworld cultivators have no divine souls after we die? Perhaps this is the difference between us and the Almighty. The cultivators in the hall stood in a corner and looked at the figures before them in awe. When their gazes landed on Ning Qi, a sliver of respect appeared in their eyes. At that moment, when they thought about the actions of the woman in the lake, how could they not guess that Ning Qi was deeply connected to this place? Otherwise, why would the flames that could easily burn the hall master to death pose no threat to him? He could even use it to light the 9 candlesticks. The illusory figures that came out of these deity statues were obviously because after the 9 candlesticks were lit up, some kind of array was triggered, which allowed them to appear. Outside the main hall, Aunt Master Jiu, Qin Yin, and Zhao Lan's expressions were extremely ugly. They stared fixedly at the scene in the main hall, feeling indignant and furious. Such a great opportunity had been snatched away right in front of their eyes. It was unlikely that they would be able to wait for such an opportunity again in this lifetime. Senior brother, there are records that say that the cultivators of Yan Luo Jian are different from us cultivators of the underworld. After they die, they can also enter the cycle of reincarnation and not dissipate in this world. Could these people be the souls left behind by the mighty cultivators of Yan Luo Jian? Qin Yin looked at Aunt Master Jiu and sent a voice transmission. Although his senior apprentice brother was a bit hot-tempered, he had lived many times longer than him and Zhao Lan combined. He knew many secrets. It's possible. Uncle Master Jiu nodded with a steely expression. She clenched her fists tightly and stared at Ningqi. If she could enter this hall, she would have used her most powerful ultimate technique and killed him. In Yen Luo Jian, the flame in Ningqi's palm suddenly melted into his body, followed his meridians, and almost in the blink of an eye, spread to every part of his body. Immediately after, the flames ignited the immortal qi and devil qi in his body. A terrifying wave of heat emanated from Ning Qi's body. Even though Ming Di and the others were several hundred feet away from Ning Qi in the corner of the hall, they were still affected by the heat wave. They hurriedly activated the nether qi in their bodies to protect themselves from the heat wave. His expression became even more shocked. 9 balls of weak flames appeared behind Ning Qi and formed a special shape. Seeing this, the figures in the hall all half knelt on the ground with Ning Qi at the center. The scene was solemn, and there was a trace of killing intent. This scene made everyone inside and outside the hall speechless. These ancient experts, who were suspected to be from Yen Luo Jian, were actually kneeling before this man? Were they kneeling to the eternal fire or to this man? This question appeared in the minds of Uncle Master Jiu and the other two. The way they looked at Ning Qi also changed slightly. After a few seconds, the 9 balls of flames behind Ning Qi suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot towards Ning Qi's neck. A picture formed by the 9 balls of flames condensed on Ning Qi's neck. It looked like a tattoo. Ning Qi subconsciously touched his neck. The immortal qi and devil qi in his body that had been ignited gradually calmed down. Ning Qi used his divine will to scan his body. It seemed that apart from the tattoo, there were no other changes in his body. His cultivation level did not increase because he had ignited the eternal fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward. 1 million dragon-slaying crystals. Ding! This place is about to sink. Host, please leave as soon as possible. The system's notification sounded. Ning Qi was slightly shocked. At that moment, the figure with the nether snake around him suddenly spoke. My lord, we have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. We are about to be reincarnated again. We hope that we will have the chance to follow you and conquer the heavens in the future. Conquer the heavens! The figures in the hall suddenly roared. Their voices reverberated through the heavens and were filled with killing intent. Ming Di and the others who were standing in the corner of the hall felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their bodies shivered. My lord? Conquer the heavens? Ning Qi's expression changed. Just as he was about to ask something, a loud rumble came from all around him. At the same time, heaven and earth shook, as if the place was about to collapse. The figure with the nether snake around him and the other figures that had come out of the statue stood up one by one and looked up at the sky. In the next moment, they turned into rays of golden light and shot up into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. What's going on? Quick, run. I'm afraid this place is going to sink. The cultivators outside the hall were shocked. They looked around in confusion. Those who reacted quickly had already fled in the direction of the jade pool. This place is going to sink. Ning Qi's expression became extremely solemn. He looked at the empty hall, where not a single figure could be seen. In the next moment, Ning Qi kept the third Ming prince and Wuyang Qifeng in his creation domain. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and shot out of Yen Luo Jian. When Ming Di and the others saw this, they also fled from Yen Luo Jian. The Netherworld River was a mysterious and dangerous place. If they followed this hall into the Netherworld River, it would basically be a death sentence. Aunt Master Jiu and Qing Yin also looked solemn. However, they were still a little unwilling to leave this place just like that. At that moment, Ning Qi happened to pass by the three of them. The three of them looked at each other and finally chose to bear with it and not attack. It was not that they did not want to attack, but that they did not dare to. The three of them had heard everything that the figure had said just now. Even an ancient almighty like this had addressed this lad as Lord. That alone was enough to scare them. Before confirming Ning Chi's true cultivation level, the three of them definitely did not dare to attack him. The headless body outside the jade pool and the 3,000 minotaurs had already disappeared without a trace. Thus, when the cultivators retreated, it was very smooth. Ning Chi's speed was the fastest. He used the blink of 90,000 kilometers and did not take long to escape from the Netherworld River Divine Palace. At that moment, the Netherworld River Divine Palace was already tilting. When most of the cultivators escaped, the Netherworld River Divine Palace completely collapsed and sank into the Netherworld River. The cultivators who did not enter the Netherworld River Divine Palace were shocked, while the cultivators who escaped successfully were filled with lingering fear. Where is he? Chapter 2140. Are you talking to me? He has already left. Qing Yin said calmly, We can't let him leave like this. Zhao Lan Marshal Niece, find this person for me. Uncle Master Jiu shouted angrily. Zhao Lan's face turned deathly pale. Asking him to find Ningqi? What are you waiting for? Aunt Master Jiu widened her eyes. Zhao Lan could only look at Qing Yin. Qing Yin spoke calmly. Go, listen to your Uncle Master. Find that person and ask him clearly. That way, if the upper realm emissaries descend, we will have an explanation. Senior Uncle Qing Yin, with that person's identity, wouldn't I be courting death if I went? Zhao Lan whispered. When Ming Di and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. Every time they saw Zhao Lan, she was always acting all high and mighty. But now, she was acting so submissive in front of his two uncle masters. Not necessarily. When that person left Yan Luojian, didn't he not kill us? Perhaps he can't kill us at all. Qing Yin chuckled. Then why don't you go look for it yourself? Zhao Lan resisted the urge to say this out loud. Seeing how determined the two of them were, he could only choose a random direction to go and soar into the sky. As for looking for Ning Qi, whoever wanted to look for him could do so. The eternal flame had already been obtained by the other party, so what was the point of looking for him? After Zhao Lan left, Qing Yun and Aunt Master Jiu looked at Meng, Shi, and Tuafan. Hand over the spiritual fruits in the Jasper Lake. These things are not for you second heaven cultivators to enjoy. Qing Yun said calmly. The expressions of Lu Zhong, Guihai, and company changed slightly as disbelief appeared in their eyes. The envoys from the higher realms were so shameless as to directly ask for their gains from the Nether River Divine Palace? After all, they had risked their lives for this. Seniors, the two of us didn't take any of the spiritual fruits in the Jade Lake. They are all with them. Meng Shitua pointed at Lu Zhong, Guihai, and company. When Qing Yun saw this, his gaze landed on Lu Zhong and Guihai. Senior, these are the spiritual fruits I found in the Jade Lake. They are all here. Lu Zhong and Guihai sighed inwardly. The other party was an envoy from the upper realm, a void underworld existence. He could easily kill them with a flick of his finger. If they did not hand over the spirit fruits today, they would not be able to leave this place. With Lu Zhong and Guihai taking the lead, the Dark Spirit sect master and the others reluctantly handed over the spirit fruits they had obtained this time. However, a few of them had secretly hidden a few. As a result, they were discovered by Uncle Master Jiu and killed on the spot. This scene made all the Netherworld cultivators feel a sense of coldness in their hearts. They were grand Nether Passage existences, yet they were killed just like that. Was this how envoys from the higher realm treated them? Damn it, I must enter the third heaven in this life. Otherwise, if something like this happens a few more times, even I will be killed by them if I accidentally offend them. Meng Shitua swore in his heart. The spirit fruits in the Jade Lake were of very high grade. At the very least, it was rare to see them in the third heaven. With this batch of spirit fruits and spirit herbs, Uncle Master Jiu's mood instantly became much better. It was not a wasted trip. The two of them looked at each other and left. After the two of them left, the atmosphere was still a little tense. After a long while, the dark spirit sect master cursed in a low voice. The envoys from the higher realm really treat us like pigs and dogs. That's right. We obtain the spirit fruits with our own strength and fortuitous encounters. What right do they have to take them away just like that? The Bloodsaber sect master only had one and was killed just like that. Hundreds of thousands of years of bitter cultivation went down the drain. Instantly, the crowd was agitated. Mang Shitua and Ming Di looked at each other and did not say anything. Instead, they left with their subordinates. They would need a long time to digest this encounter. Speaking of which, their losses were more severe than the others. They had brought 10,000 subordinates, but 4,000 to 5,000 of them had died. Only half of them were left, and they had not obtained anything. Everyone, forget it. Be careful of the eavesdroppers. Lu Zongguahai sighed and persuaded. The dark spirit sect master and the others immediately shut their mouths. After venting their anger, they were a bit afraid. If Qing Yin and Ming Di had heard what they had just said, they would probably die miserably. It didn't take long for the cultivators here to disperse, other than the netherworld cultivators who had come here to make a living. Most of the cultivators who had gathered here for the underworld river divine palace had left. There were still some who were unwilling to give up. They felt that after the underworld river divine palace had sunk, there might have been some things that had fallen into the underworld river. They decided to stay for a while to see if they could find any opportunities for themselves. This included the dark spirit sect master and the other nether passage experts. About 2 days later, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in the sky above the Styx River, and a figure walked out from it. It was a young cultivator who looked to be in his 20s. He wore a plain white robe and carried a long sword on his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look unrestrained and unrestrained. His appearance didn't draw the attention of any of the netherworld cultivators. Even if some cultivators flew past him, it was like they didn't see him. The underworld river divine palace has reappeared, and the eternal flame has been ignited. Who could have ignited the eternal flame? Could it be the remnants of those people I defeated? It's been so many years. Are these turtles finally unable to endure it? Haha! Didn't such a huge power like yours turn to ashes in the end? The strongest few had either died or escaped. Now, they still wanted to stir up a storm? What a fool's dream! The young man mumbled to himself as a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Then a faint divine sense spread out in all directions with him as the center. In an instant, his divine sense had reached every corner of the second heavenly layer of the underworld. Oh, since when did this world have an outer sect disciple? Oh, wait, he's not even an outer sect disciple. He was just coincidentally chosen by his family. Interesting. The young man's eyes brightened. In the next moment, his figure disappeared on the spot. Did I really have a past life? As Ningqi walked by the river Styx, his eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. Regardless of whether it was the woman or the illusory figure, although they were speaking to him, Ningqi was incomparably sure that they had mistaken him for someone else. This person could very well be his previous incarnation. If that was the case, then his identity in his previous incarnation must have been extraordinary, and he must have experienced an extremely tragic defeat. Suddenly, Ningqi's footsteps paused. He looked forward and saw a cultivator standing with his back towards him not far away. The cultivator was standing right in front of Ningqi, blocking his path. Ningqi was certain that there was no one at the place where the cultivator was standing just now. This river Styx has existed for a long time. I remember my master brought me here once when I was young. The cultivator suddenly spoke with a hint of worry in his tone. Are you talking to me? Chapter 2141. Chapter 2141. Chapter 2141 Jiang Families. Disciple. The cultivator smiled and turned to look at Ning Qi. Ning Qi subconsciously wanted to check the other party's attributes, but the system couldn't display it. Be it his name or cultivation, they were all question marks. At this moment, Ning Qi understood that the other party was either the same as Old Monster Black Mountain, or his cultivation was much higher than him, or both. Just take it that I'm talking to you. The cultivator turned to look at Ning Qi and said with a faint smile. He wore a plain white robe and carried a long sword on his back. There was a faint smile on his face, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He had the demeanor of an immortal. Ning Qi smiled. I don't know you. You're not qualified to know me. The young cultivator smiled slightly. There was no sarcasm in his tone, but his words carried a sense of arrogance. This person doesn't come with good intentions. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Facing such an existence, he didn't know if the immortal Lord Token could scare the other party. Your aptitude is ordinary, and your cultivation is low. However, your body is filled with immortal qi and demonic qi, and your physical strength is far stronger than others of the same level. However, you're still just an ant. How could someone like you be chosen by the family? The young cultivator looked at Ning Qi from head to toe and commented, Chosen by the family? Ning Qi's expression didn't change, and he said coldly, You might have mistaken me for someone else. Mistaken me for someone else? How could I mistake your aura for someone else? It seems that you must have some kind of opportunity that the family valued, so they gave you a chance to become an outer disciple of the Jiang family. The young cultivator smiled. An outer disciple of the Jiang family? Ning Qi's eyes suddenly turned cold. If he didn't guess wrong, the identity of the other party was almost obvious, but Ning Qi couldn't be sure if they were the same person. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? Ning Qi said coldly. If you can see me in the immortal clan one day, you might be qualified to know my name. Now, I can only tell you that I'm a disciple of the Jiang family. The young cultivator smiled. A disciple of the Jiang family, sure enough. The anger in Ning Qi's heart suddenly ignited, but he suppressed it with his remaining reason. The other party's cultivation had probably reached a realm that he had never heard of, and he could easily crush him with one finger. If he turned hostile now, it would be very unwise. You have the mark of my Jiang family on you, that was left behind by an ancient era expert. In this world, there are millions of existences like you, but perhaps only a handful can become an outer disciple of my Jiang family. However, even if you can't become an outer disciple of my Jiang family, it is still a great fortune for you to obtain the mark of my Jiang family. For you, becoming a celestial immortal won't be a problem. Perhaps you like the demonic path, so becoming a heavenly demon is also possible. In any case, you're not an outer disciple of my Jiang family, so I won't punish you for this. The young cultivator said with a smile. This time I was just passing by and wanted to see if the person chosen by the family was a true genius. I was very disappointed at first glance. After we part ways today, you and I won't have the chance to meet again, the young cultivator said to himself. He seemed to be about to leave, but when his gaze fell on Ning Qi's neck, he paused slightly and his expression gradually turned cold. A faintly discernible killing intent filled the air around Ning Qi. Were you the one who ignited the eternal flame in the Nether River Divine Palace? The faint smile on the young cultivator's face had already disappeared, replaced with a dark expression. That's right, Ning Qi said indifferently. He sensed that the other party's attitude had changed. If the other party had only wanted to show off his transcendent status before him, then the other party was now ready to kill him after seeing the mark left on his body by the eternal flame. Don't worry. Don't worry. Without my family's permission, I won't kill anyone with the Jiang family's imprint, even if the other party is just an insignificant ant. You don't have the right to possess something like the eternal fire. Keeping it with you will only attract enemies who can tear you to shreds. As your senior, I'm prepared to temporarily keep it for you. When you reach the Jiang family, I'll return it to you. So, why don't you hand it over to me? The young cultivator walked up to Ning Qi with a smile and extended his hand. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a faint trace of mockery. It was obvious that even a lofty existence like the other party had coveted the eternal flame. Keep it for himself? Putting it nicely, wasn't that just taking it by force? I don't know what kind of existence the Jiang family is, but from your tone, I can tell that it's definitely a prestigious family clan. For you to come from such a prestigious family clan, isn't it a little illogical for you to want to take away the eternal flame from an ant like me? Ning Qi smiled. Oh, so you don't intend to give it to me. Then I'll take it myself. The young cultivator ignored the mockery in Ning Qi's words. He smiled and reached out with his hand. Ning Qi suddenly felt an indescribable pain in his body. This pain came from the depths of his blood, as if something was being forcibly extracted from his body. In the next moment, the tattoo on his neck suddenly materialized into 9 flames. The young cultivator smiled, opened his mouth, and swallowed the 9 flames into his stomach. At this moment, Ning Qi's body was already covered in beads of sweat. However, no matter how much pain he was in, Ning Qi didn't even let out a grunt. He merely looked at the other party indifferently, the mockery in his eyes growing even more intense. I've said it before, I'm just keeping it for you. Otherwise, given your strength, it's just a matter of time before the eternal flame is snatched away by others. Furthermore, given your current cultivation, the eternal flame isn't of much use to you. One day, when you're able to return to the Jiang family, I'll return it to you. However, although there are rules in the family that forbid disciples from killing people with the mark of the Jiang family, the young cultivator smiled. With a wave of his hand, a spatial crack appeared before him. However, I don't like the sight of you. If you're killed by the spatial storm, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qi felt a huge force hit him. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flew into the spatial crack involuntarily. Soon after, the spatial crack disappeared. When I return this time, I'll have to suggest to the old ancestors that the Jiang family's mark can't be given out carelessly. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can obtain the Jiang family's mark. The eternal flame. That's a good item. Rumor has it that it was left behind by that person. There were at least 80 immortal emperors who died to this flame, right? It seems that even the ancestors of my Jiang family died to the eternal flame. With this flame, my strength should be able to improve greatly. This trip wasn't in vain. Chapter 2142. Chapter 2142. Chapter 2142. Where is this place? Young miss, this time the Hidden Cloud sect's young lord wants master to send you to the Hidden Cloud sect to be his concubine. Why are we going back? Why don't we leave this place and hide our identities? Although the Hidden Cloud sect is powerful, once we leave Sishui Commandery, they won't be able to do anything. Within a luxurious carriage, there was a young servant girl who was about 14 or 15 years old. She was trying her best to persuade a woman who was about 18 or 19 years old. The woman was extremely beautiful, but she had a weak aura about her. She seemed to be in low spirits. Literally, if I leave, what will happen to father? My Zhao family's businesses are all here. If that Hidden Cloud sect's young lord gets angry with the guards that my Zhao family hired, I'm afraid none of them will be his match. The girl whispered. Xiao Li immediately said, Young miss, how would the Hidden Cloud sect dare to openly deal with our Zhao family? As long as they can't find young miss, they won't be able to do anything. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. The girl shook her head and revealed a determined expression. When we return, I will arrange for you to stay at home. Young miss, if you go to the Hidden Cloud sect, then Xiao Li will naturally follow. There is no reason to stay at the Zhao family alone. Xiao Li quickly said. The woman seemed to be about to say something when the carriage suddenly came to an abrupt halt. She and her maid, Xiao Li, almost fell down. "Old Ma, do you know how to drive a carriage? If you hurt young miss, can you afford to pay for it?" Xiao Li angrily opened the curtain and scolded Old Ma, who was driving the carriage. Old Ma was around 40 years old and looked honest. At this moment he was sweating profusely. He pointed to the front and trembled. "Young Miss Xiao Li, you look." Xiao Li was slightly shocked. She thought someone was robbing them. Recently, Sisui Commandery wasn't peaceful. Maybe it was because 2 Xiantian masters of Sky Dragon Country had fought and both sides were injured. It caused the righteous sects to be flustered and many bandits appeared. Several carriages on this road had been robbed and no one survived. Who dares to stop? Xiao Li raised her inner chi and jumped to the front of the carriage. Just as she was about to introduce herself, she found that there was no one in front of her. Where did the bandits come from? There was only a man in ragged clothes lying on the ground. His body was riddled with bone-deep wounds, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "Old Ma, he's just a beggar. Can't you just let him go? Why are you so scared?" Xiao Li looked at Old Ma with dissatisfaction. Old Ma looked anxious. He pointed at the sky and then at the body. Finally, he squeezed out a few words. "It fell from the sky." "It fell from the sky?" There was a hint of ridicule in Xiao Li's eyes. She said to Old Ma, "Old Ma, I usually ask you to practice martial arts, but you don't. Are you blind now? Did you fall from the sky? Do you think this person is a grandmaster who can walk on air?" "Literally, what happened outside?" The woman's weak voice came from inside the carriage. When Xiao Li heard this, she quickly returned to the carriage and said, "Miss, it's okay. He's just a beggar." After that, she shouted at Old Ma, "Hurry up!" Yes, Old Ma wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. When the carriage took a detour, the woman suddenly opened the curtain and took a look. There was a trace of pity in her eyes. "Old Ma, stop the carriage. Let's see if he's dead or alive." The woman whispered, "Miss, why should we care about this kind of beggar? If he is a spy sent by the robbers, what should we do?" Although Xiao Li's kung fu has reached the first stage of bone forging, but Xiao Li hurriedly dissuaded her. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. "Old Ma, go and have a look." The woman still insisted. "Okay." Old Ma responded and then went forward to check. After a while he said loudly, "Miss, he's still alive. Carry him into the carriage and take him back to see a doctor," the woman ordered. Soon, Old Ma carried the seriously injured man into the carriage. Xiao Li looked disgusted and did not allow him to enter the carriage. She just lay behind Old Ma, and the carriage continued to move forward. When the sun was about to set, the carriage finally drove into Baishan City and stopped in front of the most famous business family in Baishan City, the Zhao family. There were a few madams and elders standing in front of the Zhao family's door. They looked a little anxious, but when they saw the carriage, they heaved a long sigh of relief. "Zhao Rua, that lass is finally back." A few days ago, the Hidden Cloud sect's young sect master sent someone to say that if we don't see Zhao Rua within a month, the Zhao family's business in Baishan City will be handed over to the Huang family. Heavens bless us! Heavens bless us! Who is that person behind Old Ma? A beggar? The madams exchanged looks, and then looked at one of the elders. That elder nodded respectfully and strode to the front of the carriage. He said coldly, "Old Ma, who is this person?" "Chief Steward." Old Ma was speechless. He didn't know who this fellow was. Along the way, he had been wondering if this fellow fell from the sky. "Chief Steward, he is a beggar and is seriously injured. Miss is kind and saw that he didn't die, so she brought him back." Xiao Li nimbly jumped off the carriage and then carefully helped Zhao Rua get off. She glanced at the madams and elders, and her eyes revealed a trace of mockery as she spoke coldly. The madams in front of her were Zhao Rua's concubines, and those elders were their lackeys and the Zhao family's deacons. In Xiao Li's opinion, This group of fellows couldn't wait for their young miss to marry into the Hidden Cloud sect and stabilize the Zhao family's position in Baishan City. This way, they could steadily make a fortune. Miss is really kind. Someone, bring this person away and find Dr. Ding to take a look at him. The chief steward put on a fake smile. Then a few guards walked out and roughly grabbed the heavily injured person from the carriage and walked into the Zhao family. Miss, you must have had a hard journey. Please. The chief steward smiled and looked at Zhao Ruo. The madams also surrounded Zhao Ruo and asked about her well-being. However, no one knew how sincere they were. Dr. Ding, this is the person. See if you can save him. If you can't, don't waste our Zhao family's medicine. Just throw him outside to feed the wild dogs. In the most remote woodshed of the Zhao mansion, a guard pointed at the person on the ground and spoke to a young man behind him who looked to be only 25 or 26 years old, but appeared mature and steady. After he finished speaking, he didn't seem to want to stay here any longer. He turned and left. With such injuries, he still isn't dead? Ding Feng went forward to check and revealed a look of surprise. Then he took out a silver needle and gently inserted it. The silver needle broke. Ding Feng was shocked. What made him even more shocked was that the other party's eyes had already opened and were looking at him indifferently. Ding Feng had never seen such a terrifying gaze before. Even when facing the Zhao family's family head, Zhao Zhua, he had never felt such fear. Where is this place? Chapter 2143. Chapter 2143. Chapter 2143. Healing you. You're awake? Ding Feng was slightly surprised. In his opinion, Ning Qi's injuries would have killed anyone else. But Ning Qi could still wake up on his own. Where am I? Ning Qi repeated indifferently. At the same time, he looked inside himself and heaved a sigh of relief. Although his injuries were serious, they did not hurt his foundation. He would recover after a period of time. The spatial crack that the Jiang family disciple threw into had a very violent spatial storm. The power of the storm was almost equivalent to the attack of a heavenly devil. Ning Qi had opened all 7 of the 9 inner hidden gates, but he could not withstand it and fainted. When he woke up, he found himself here. Jiang family disciple. Ning Qi's eyes were incomparably cold, and a faint murderous intent emanated from his body. Whether or not the other party was the disciple of the Jiang family who had killed Feng Jiuxian, taken away Wang Muting, and then Wang Shui's soul, this enmity was already deeply rooted. Ding Feng suddenly felt a chill run through his entire body. He looked at Ning Qi in terror, thinking that this trace of killing intent was directed at him. He quickly said, "This is the 100 Mountain Cities, Zhao Manor. You were saved by the Zhao Manor's first young miss, Zhao Ruo, from the official road. I am a doctor, and the first young miss sent me here to treat your injuries." Zhao Mansion of Baishan City, Zhao Ruo. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. The next moment, his divine sense swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. After around 5 breaths, Ning Qi looked at Ding Feng with a strange expression. This time he seemed to have fallen into a very remote world. The will of the heavenly way in this world was very weak, so weak that it was almost undetectable. As long as one had enough strength, one could fly into the universe. In those 5 breaths, Ning Qi's divine sense had swept a radius of several million miles. The strongest existence, there was actually not even a rank 5 Qi refinement realm, which was the Battle King realm. There was not even a Battle Dan realm existence. Ning Qi did not care about this. It was fine as long as he left the netherworld. At least, the Jiang family disciple would not be able to find his whereabouts in a short time. The Jiang family disciple had personally admitted that he could not directly attack the existence with the Jiang family's mark. That was why he had thrown Ning Qi into the spatial crack in order to use the spatial storm to kill him. If he knew that he was not dead, Ning Qi felt that the Jiang family disciple would kill him again. "You will only return the eternal flame to me after I go to the Jiang clan? Just you wait. Sooner or later, We will settle our scores, new and old. Ning Chi snorted coldly and looked at the dumbfounded Ding Feng. What are you waiting for? Help me back to my room. The head chief arranged for you to stay here. Ding Feng was taken aback for a moment before he asked subconsciously. This is a woodshed. Ning Chi said lightly. Yeah. Ding Feng nodded. Is the woodshed livable? Ning Chi said, Can't. Ding Feng finally reacted when the trace of murderous intent was about to touch him. He hurriedly went forward to help Ning Chi up. Now, he could only bring Ning Chi to his own courtyard. Fortunately, the Zhao residence was quite polite to him and arranged a small courtyard for him. You stay here first. I will go to the pharmacy to get some medicine for you. Your injuries will be very difficult to recover without good Jinchuang ointment. Don't move around during this period. Oh, the Zhao residence is very strict. Remember, don't show yourself. After Ding Feng made arrangements for Ning Chi, he turned around and left. As soon as Ding Feng left, Ning Chi disappeared from where he was standing. Half a day later, Ding Feng finally managed to get some good Jinchuang ointment. When he came back, he found that Ning Chi had already disappeared. He can still run around with such serious injuries? Ding Feng was somewhat stunned. Soon, 10 days had passed. Ding Feng had just returned from Zhao Zhu's third madam when he saw a figure sitting on a rocking chair in the courtyard. You! Ding Feng stared dumbfoundedly at Ning Chi. Ning Chi had already changed his clothes. Moreover, the injuries on his body seemed to have disappeared without a trace. It had only been a short 10 days. How could someone recover so quickly from such serious injuries? He even suspected that there were two of them. You said that it was Zhao Ruo, the young miss of this place, who saved me, right? Ning Chi smiled faintly. That's right. Ding Feng was stunned. Bring me to see her. I don't like to receive favors from others. Ning Chi said lightly. Bring you to see the young miss? Ding Feng was startled. He quickly waved his hand and said, The young miss is about to marry the Hidden Cloud sect's young master. If I bring a man to see her, and the chief steward finds out, I will definitely be expelled from the Zhao residence. At that time, I will not be able to avoid a beating. If you don't bring me, I will go by myself. Ning Chi smiled and walked out of the small courtyard. Ding Feng was stunned. When he thought of the consequences of Ning Chi's actions, he quickly chased after him. You must not go. You will implicate me. Ding Feng walked beside Ning Chi and tried his best to persuade him. If he hadn't seen Ning Chi's dense killing intent and how Ning Chi's injuries had mysteriously healed, he would have used his mediocre martial arts to keep Ning Chi here. Ning Chi had a faint smile on his face and ignored Ding Feng. However, from Ding Feng's expression, he could determine the location of the young miss. As Ding Feng tried to persuade him, he was shocked. Why was this person so familiar with the Zhao residence? He didn't know that Ning Chi was watching his every move. Soon, Ning Chi and Ding Feng arrived at a small courtyard. There were several tall and sturdy guards standing at the entrance. Their blood energy was thicker than that of ordinary people. If one had to describe them, they could be considered first-level qi refinement cultivators. In Ning Chi's eyes, such existences could be killed with a single breath. Dr. Ding, I remember that the young miss is not injured. What are you doing here? The guard at the entrance seemed to recognize Ding Feng and asked curiously, Just passing by. We will leave now. Ding Feng laughed, then gathered his courage and grabbed Ning Chi's arm, wanting to drag him away. However, Ning Chi didn't budge at all. Ding Feng's face turned red. He used all the strength in his body, but was unable to move Ning Chi in the slightest. The guards finally sensed that something was wrong. With cold expressions, they took a few steps forward and coldly stared at Ding Feng and Ning Chi. Dr. Ding, who is this? He is the injured person that the young miss picked up from the streets last time. Now that his injuries have healed, he wants to come and thank the young miss, Ding Feng sighed. He could only tell the truth to avoid getting into trouble. It's that guy. Chapter 2144. Cats and Dogs. So it's that beggar that the young miss picked up. Go, go, go. Since you've recovered, leave our Zhao mansion. You still want to see the young miss? Don't you know who you are? The leading guard looked at Ning Qi with disdain and then impatiently waved his hand. Let's go. Ding Feng tugged at Ning Qi again. The guards of the Zhao mansion were basically hired by the head chief. The head chief was cold and ruthless, and these guards were just like him. If they accidentally angered these people in front of them, they would probably be beaten up. It would be a small matter to injure their muscles and bones, but they would probably be killed directly. For the Zhao mansion, killing a few people was nothing at all. What's going on? Don't they know that girl Zhao Rua is about to get married? How could they allow random people to approach this place? Hurry and drive these two away. The Hidden Cloud sect's young sect master has personally come to propose marriage. Suddenly, a beautiful middle-aged woman walked over with a large group of people. She saw Ning Qi and Ding Feng standing at the entrance of Zhao Ruo's courtyard and immediately shouted, "Second madam." The guards jumped in fright. Then, the leading guard's eyes flashed with a cold light. He waved his hand and slammed his palm towards Ning Qi's chest. Bang! Kacha! Two sounds rang out at almost the same time. The guard sucked in a breath of cold air. He endured the pain and took several steps back. He looked at Ning Qi with disbelief. His right hand had been broken at the joint. From start to finish, the other side hadn't even made a move. The beautiful woman called Second Madam was frightened and screamed, "Quickly catch him!" "Second Madam, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Ding Feng frantically tried to explain. But how could the guards at the Second Madam brought listen to his explanation? They all fiercely rushed towards Ning Qi. After several breaths of time, dozens of guards were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Ding Feng looked at Ning Qi with a dumbfounded expression, a look of disbelief in his eyes. These guards all had blood vitality that soared to the heavens, and the highest cultivation was at the third stage of bone forging. Yet they couldn't even defeat him? What's going on? A loud shout came from the distance. The Second Madam awoke from her shock. When she heard this voice, it was as if reinforcements had arrived. She quickly turned and shouted, "Master, there are assassins!" Assassin? Zhao Zhuo's expression changed slightly. The head steward behind him flew up and landed next to the Second Madam. He looked at Ning Qi coldly. Standing next to Zhao Zhuo was a young man in his late 20s. His face was filled with arrogance, and his body was brimming with vitality. Behind him were two old men who were currently sizing Ning Qi up with narrowed eyes. "Zhao, family head, why would an assassin come in?" The young man said indifferently. A hint of displeasure flashed through his eyes. He looked at Ning Qi with a hint of suspicion because Ning Qi did not look like an assassin at all. Who would send an assassin to the Zhao clan, a major trading clan in 100 Mountain City, in broad daylight? Young Master Su Wen, no matter who this person is, he has come to the wrong place today. Zhao Zhuo smiled. "Head chief, kill this brat." The Second Madam looked at the head chief and said sternly, "Second Madam, don't be anxious." The chief steward smiled and looked at Ning Qi with confidence. "Who are you? Did you sneak into the Zhao family for the money?" "Money?" Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. After leaving the Qin Tang Empire, he had rarely touched these things. The worst he could get was spirit crystals. "Head chief, Second Madam, this is a misunderstanding." Seeing that even Zhao Zhuo had come, and that the person walking next to Zhao Zhuo was likely the Hidden Cloud sect's young sect master, Ding Feng's heart was filled with bitterness. He could only forcefully explain himself. Whether the other party would listen or not, there was nothing he could do. "Dr. Ding? Great. Our Zhao residence has raised you for so long, and now you are colluding with outsiders to cause trouble in our Zhao residence?" The head chief's eyes flashed with a cold light. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. This young master was saved by the young Mississippi. He just wanted to thank the young miss in person. He is definitely not an assassin. Ding Feng explained. Saved by the young miss? The head chief's expression changed slightly. He carefully sized up Ning Chi. Indeed, Ning Chi's appearance was similar to the one he saw that day. However, Ning Chi was in a sorry state at that time. Now he was full of heroic spirit. He looked even taller and mightier than young Sect Master Suwin. Thus, the head chief did not immediately recognize Ning Chi. Young Miss Zhao saved him? Su Wen's eyes turned cold as he looked at Zhao Zhuo. Zhao Zhuo calmly sized up Ning Chi. Then he smiled at Su Wen and said, Young Master Su Wen, my ruler, is kind-hearted. I heard that she saved a beggar on her way back. However, I have never seen him before, so I didn't recognize him. Humph! Su Wen coldly snorted and looked at Ning Chi. When he discovered that Ning Chi's appearance and demeanor were faintly superior to his, a trace of jealousy flashed in the depths of his eyes. So it was you. Since my young miss saved you, you shouldn't have injured so many of our Zhao residence's guards. You are repaying kindness with enmity. The head chief sneered. When Ding Feng heard this, he thought that it was over. Head chief, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him. The second madam shouted. Yes, second madam. The chief steward smiled and walked towards Ning Chi step by step. With every step he took, he left a deep footprint on the ground. When the surrounding guards saw this, their faces revealed a trace of excitement as they looked at Ning Chi with a hideous smile. Zhao family head, your head chief's cultivation is not bad. It seems that he is already at the 6th stage of bone forging. In the future, he might break through to the 7th stage. At that time, he will be able to hold his own in 100 Mountain City. Su Wen said with a smile that was not a smile. Young Master Su Wen overpraises me. Zhao Zhuo smiled, feeling quite satisfied in his heart. He was a businessman, and when he had money, he had bought several secret cultivation methods and pills to cultivate his martial arts. But his talent was limited, and no matter how many resources he had, he could only reach the 7th stage of bone forging. In 100 Mountain City, he could only rank in the top 10. As for the head chief, he hadn't taken any pills and was already at the 6th stage of bone forging. Once he broke through to the 7th stage, the Zhao family's strength in 100 Mountain City would rise to another level. For a businessman like Zhao Zhuo, this was a very profitable transaction. Step by step, the head chief perfectly displayed his 6th stage bone forging cultivation. His robes billowed, and there seemed to be a terrifying power condensing within his body. When he arrived in front of Ning Chi, everyone except Ding Feng revealed a look of anticipation. The Zhao family is not a place where any random cat or dog can come and cause trouble. The head chief sneered and sent a palm towards Ning Chi. Chapter 2145. Instant kill. Pum! What's going on? The chief steward stared at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. The power of his palm was enough to shatter a stone tablet. Even a giant boulder in front of him would be pulverized. But when it landed on Ning Chi's body, Ning Chi didn't move at all. Instead, Ning Chi looked at him indifferently. Impossible. The surrounding guards stared at this scene in disbelief. The chief steward's strength was many times stronger than theirs. So why couldn't he move this person? What was this person's cultivation? This fellow is so strong. Ding Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Ding Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, and the way he looked at Ning Chi had undergone a huge change. He knew that the head chief steward's strength was one of the best in the Zhao mansion, and the only person who was stronger than him was Zhao Zhuo. If Ning Chi wasn't even afraid of the head chief steward, then his strength was at least on the same level as Zhao Zhuo's. Perhaps today's misunderstanding could be resolved. Not far away, Zhao Zhuo and Su Wen's expressions also changed. This person isn't any weaker than me. How could such an existence be picked up by Ruo or from outside? I'm afraid he came to my Zhao mansion for some other purpose, Zhao Zhuo thought. But Su Wen's thoughts were a level deeper than his. He felt that Ning Qi was using this opportunity to get close to Zhao Ruo. So Su Wen's expression was very ugly at this moment. He directly walked towards Ning Qi. The two old men behind him also revealed a hint of killing intent. Their bodies emitted a faint aura. This aura was even stronger than Zhao Zhuo's. These two were both 7th-stage bone forging masters. As for Su Wen, as the Hidden Cloud sect's young sect master, he was already a 10th-stage bone forging existence. He was only half a step away from entering the true element realm. The chief steward was the first to react. He retreated several dozen feet back to the side of the second madam. He looked at Ning Qi with vigilance. When he saw Su Wen and Zhao Zhuo walking over, he quickly bowed and said in an ashamed voice, "Family head, this subordinate's cultivation is too low. I am unable to suppress this person." "It's fine." Zhao Zhuo lightly waved his hand, indicating for the chief steward to retreat to the side. The second madam also seemed to feel that she had done something wrong. She looked at Zhao Zhuo with some fear. She didn't expect Ning Qi's skills to be so profound that even the head steward was no match for him. Su Wen looked Ning Qi up and down indifferently. He said coldly, "Which sect are you from? Why did you come to the Zhao residence to cause trouble?" Ning Qi ignored him and smiled as he walked towards Zhao Ruo. Ning Qi had already noticed Zhao Ruo and Zhao Ruo the moment they appeared. "Don't come over. Miss, quickly step back. It's dangerous." Xiao Li bravely stood in front of Zhao Ruo and looked at Ning Qi with some fear. "A few days ago, it was you who picked me up and asked him to treat me?" Ning Qi looked at Zhao Ruo and smiled. Xiao Li and Zhao Ruo were stunned and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Could this guy be the child beggar that Miss picked up some time ago? Xiao Li couldn't believe it. Zhao Ruo also found it hard to believe. Ning Qi's current appearance was far too different from before. "Zhao Ruo, since you were able to save me, this is your opportunity. I can agree to one request of you, no matter what it is." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Opportunity? I can ask for anything?" Everyone looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. They didn't understand what Ning Qi was saying. Even Ding Feng was stunned. He thought that Ning Qi just wanted to thank Zhao Ruo. What an arrogant tone. Su Wen angrily walked in front of Ning Qi and coldly sized him up. "I don't know where this stray dog came from, but he dares to take this opportunity to approach Miss Zhao. You can consider this request and then tell me. I will be staying at Ding Feng's place during this period of time. Come and find me when you have made up your mind." Ning Qi smiled and then looked at Ding Feng. "Let's go. Go." Ding Feng bitterly smiled. He looked at Ning Qi and then at Su Wen. This was the Hidden Cloud sect's young sect master. Not only was his cultivation high, but it was rumored that he was a 10th-stage bone forging master. His background was also great. Besides 100 Mountain City, he controlled dozens of other giant cities. Within Sishui County, he was considered one of the top 3 powers. "Young sect master, this person is too arrogant. The 2 of us will help you take him down. Don't dirty young sect master's hands." The 2 old men behind Su Wen smiled. In the next moment, their bodies turned into lightning and shot towards Ning Qi. When Ning Qi saw this, his hand moved as fast as lightning. He flicked the 2 old men's foreheads. The 2 old men immediately froze in place. In the next moment, blood flowed out from their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. Their bodies crashed to the ground, no longer breathing. Ning Qi used very little strength in these 2 attacks. But no matter how little, it was impossible for 2 first-stage Qi refinement cultivators to withstand it. On the surface, the 2 old men didn't seem to have any injuries, but in reality, their brains had been smashed into mush. They couldn't be more dead. black and white elders? Su Wen looked at the two old men's corpses in shock. He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. How did Ning Qi attack? Even he couldn't see it clearly. Su Wen, who felt that victory was in his grasp, suddenly felt a trace of fear in his heart. Not far away, the Zhao residence's head chief steward saw that two Hidden Cloud sect elders, who were a level higher than him, died at the hands of the other party. His body couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes revealed a lingering fear. He looked at Ning Qi with a trace of gratitude. The other party was so strong, but he didn't kill him. Instead, the two Hidden Cloud sect elders, who were stronger than him, died at the hands of the other party. The head chief steward had already guessed that this might be related to Ning Qi being rescued by Zhao Ruo. Not only was he afraid, but the Zhao mansion's guards who attacked Ning Qi were also terrified. They looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. Dead. As a doctor, Ding Feng could tell that the two old men were dead. His heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that things had gotten out of hand. How could Hidden Cloud sect elders be killed so easily? Such strength! Zhao Zhuo looked at Ning Qi in shock. At the same time, he felt some regret. Two Hidden Cloud sect elders had died in his Zhao mansion. No matter what, he couldn't escape responsibility. The second madam was so scared that her face turned pale. She hid behind Zhao Zhuo. As for Xiao Li and Zhao Ruo, they stared blankly at the two corpses on the ground. They didn't understand how things developed to this stage, especially Zhao Ruo. She couldn't understand why the beggar she rescued killed two Hidden Cloud sect elders. You want to take revenge for them? Ning Qi looked at Su Wen and smiled. Please leave your name. My Hidden Cloud sect will not let today's matter go. Chapter 2146. Ning Beixian. Ning Beixian. Ning Qi said lightly. Ning Beixian? It was an unfamiliar name. No one present had heard of this name before. However, from Ning Qi's performance just now, it was enough to prove that this person's cultivation was not simple. He should not be a martial artist from Sishui Commandery. Otherwise, they would have heard of this name. All right, Ning Beixian. I will remember this. And Zhao family head, my Hidden Cloud sect's elders will not die in vain. Su Wen lifted the two elders' corpses and looked at Ning Qi coldly. He then glared at Zhao Zhuo threateningly before suppressing the anger in his heart and leaving quickly. Young lady, Su Wen left. That's great. You don't have to marry him anymore. Xiao Li looked at Zhao Ruo with surprise. Zhao Ruo's expression was incomparably heavy. She was indeed a little happy, but she was more worried. The Hidden Cloud sect had lost two elders. They would definitely send people to take revenge. If the Zhao family was implicated, with their strength, they would be overturned overnight. Master, not good. Young Master Su Wen misunderstood us. The second madam quickly looked at Zhao Zhuo, her heart filled with fear. Today was supposed to be a joyous day for Su Wen's marriage proposal, but now a joyous occasion had turned into a funeral. With the Hidden Cloud sect's way of doing things, there was no way they would swallow this grievance. Their revenge would come quickly. Zhao Zhuo ignored second madam and looked at Ning Qi seriously. Young master, do you know about the Hidden Cloud sect? I don't. Ning Qi said lightly. Zhao Zhuo said, the Hidden Cloud sect is, I'm not interested. Ning Qi waved his hand and walked towards Ding Feng's courtyard. Everyone looked at Ning Qi in astonishment. Young master, you just said that you can agree to all my requests. Is that true? Zhao Ruo's voice suddenly sounded. Ning Qi's footsteps paused, and he said with a faint smile, Of course it's true. However, if you want me to die, then forgive me for not being able to do it. As for other requests, you can raise them as you wish. Whoever's head you want will do. Think about it carefully and come find me again. Soon, Ning Qi disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhao Zhuo and the chief steward looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Young lady, Do you really believe him? Xiao Li looked at Zhao Ruo in surprise. Zhao Ruo didn't seem to hear the doubt in Xiao Li's words. Instead, she looked thoughtfully at the direction where Ning Qi left. No one knew what she was thinking. Master, second madam, head steward, eldest young Miss I'll be leaving first. Ding Feng forced a smile and bowed to each of them. Just as he was about to slip away, he was grabbed by the chief steward. Zhao Zhuo looked kindly at Ding Feng and smiled. Dr. Ding, how many years have you been in my Zhao mansion? 7 years, Ding Feng whispered. I recall that it was my Zhao mansion that saved you when you were being chased by your enemies, right? Zhao Zhuo smiled. A trace of gratitude appeared in Ding Feng's eyes. He nodded and said, Master, I, Ding Feng, will always remember this matter. I dare not forget it. Good. Tell me, what is the background of that person? Zhao Zhuo smiled. Ding Feng smiled bitterly and told them what had happened. When Zhao Zhuo and the head steward heard Ding Feng say that Ning Qi had disappeared for 10 days, and when he reappeared, his injury seemed to have completely healed, their expressions immediately changed. They had a very tacit understanding. Master, could that person be a true element realm expert? If that's the case, perhaps we don't need to fear the Hidden Cloud sect's revenge. The chief steward said with a hint of excitement. To be able to recover so quickly, only a true element realm existence could do so. That's right, Zhao Zhuo nodded. Since he stayed in my Zhao mansion and insisted on thanking Ruo'er, he must be a loyal person. If he really is a true element realm expert, the Hidden Cloud sect will have to be careful. However, Zhao Zhuo looked at Ding Feng. Dr. Ding, please go and test this young master's cultivation. If there is any news, report to me immediately. Oh, I understand. Ding Feng hesitated for a moment and then nodded. After Ding Feng left, Zhao Zhuo waved for the guards to go and heal themselves. When only the chief steward, the second madam, and Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li were left, Zhao Zhuo looked at Zhao Ruo. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Ruo'er, if that young master is really a true element realm expert, you must think of a way to make him stay in my Zhao mansion. You must think carefully about that request. After speaking, Zhao Zhuo patted Zhao Ruo's shoulder and then left with the second madam and the chief steward. Zhao Ruo felt that Zhao Zhuo's words had a hidden meaning. Her expression changed, and a trace of hesitation appeared in her eyes. Ding Feng carefully walked into the courtyard and saw Ning Qi standing in the middle of the courtyard, slowly practicing his fist technique. He was startled and wanted to leave. Because he was peeking at a martial artist practicing his fist technique, he could get his eyes gouged out, or he could lose his life. Come back, Ning Qi calmly said. Yes. Ding Feng quickly walked in front of Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't seem to care, he asked curiously, Young Master Beixian, your fist technique is very strange. It's so slow, can it hurt people? This is called Tai Chi. It's not a fist technique, it's a Dao. Ning Qi calmly said. Dao. Ding Feng didn't understand. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but Ning Qi had already turned around and sat back on the rocking chair. He closed his eyes and said, Tell me, besides Tianlong country, what other countries are there? Ding Feng was stunned for a moment. He felt very strange in his heart. Normally, those who had read a little would know that there were 3 great dynasties in this world. They were the Heavenly Void dynasty, the Sacred Bull dynasty, and the Violet Monarch dynasty. These 3 great dynasties all had legendary Grandmaster-level experts. These were existences that were much stronger than Xiantian-level experts, and Tianlong country was only one of the 7 countries under the Sky Void dynasty. Ding Feng told Ning Qi everything he knew. After a while, Ning Qi closed his eyes and said, Do you know that in this world there's a place that controls reincarnation called Yan Luo Jian? Controls reincarnation? Young Master Beixian, Do you want to talk to me about those strange stories? I know about Yen Luo Dian. There is a Yama king there who judges life and death. I heard that after people die, they go to that place. However, people don't talk about strange powers and gods. These are just stories made up by the ignorant people. When a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. How can there be a soul? Ding Feng laughed. Seems like there are also legends about Yen Luo Dian here. Yen Luo Dian's power must have reached this place. I think this place shouldn't be too far from the central mainland, right? Chapter 2147. Chapter 2147. Chapter 2147. The Coming of a Storm. The Hidden Cloud Sect was founded by the sect's founder, Su Dongsheng, 1,300 years ago. At that time, Su Dongsheng was a Xiantian expert. In the kingdom of Tianlong, he was ranked in the top 5. Therefore, the Hidden Cloud Sect was unparalleled. No other sect in the Sishui commandery could compete with it. However, as Su Dongxing's lifespan came to an end, the Hidden Cloud Sect became weaker with each generation. In this generation, the sect master, Su Dingtian, had been reduced to a second-order true element boundary martial artist. In the Sishui County, there were several forces that could compete with the Hidden Cloud Sect, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would deliberately provoke the Hidden Cloud Sect. When Su Wen carried the corpses of the 2 Hidden Cloud Sect elders back to the sect, it instantly caused a huge uproar in the Hidden Cloud Sect. Someone actually dared to make a move against an elder of the Hidden Cloud Sect? Could it be that those sects wanted to start a war with the Hidden Cloud Sect? Thinking of this, many of the Hidden Cloud Sect's martial artists were shocked and angered. The lower-level martial artists were shocked because they were afraid of death. The higher-level martial artists were enraged because they relied on the Hidden Cloud Sect to strengthen themselves. If someone dared to attack the Hidden Cloud Sect, that was the same as taking away their rice bowls. They had to ruthlessly strike back in order to deter these thieves. How did the black and white elders die? Su Dingtian sat in the host's seat and indifferently looked at the 2 corpses on the ground. To his left and right sat the Hidden Cloud Sect's Grand Elder and Second Elder. Both of them were true element realm experts, but they were 1 realm lower than Su Dingtian. Besides these 2 people, there were also 8 other elder-level existences sitting in the Sovereign Hall. Their cultivations ranged from the 7th to the 10th level of the bone-forging realm. Their eyes were incomparably furious. Father, your son brought the black and white elders to 100 Mountain City's Zhao Mansion to propose marriage. But the result was that there was a young cultivator in the Zhao Mansion with extraordinary strength. Your son was unable to clearly see how he killed the black and white elders. Your son suspected that he was a true element boundary master. So your son did not bother with him and immediately brought the black and white elders back to the sect to ask for father's decision. Su Wen whispered, "You did well. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall." Su Dingtian nodded and approved of Su Wen's actions. Many elders thought that Su Wen was afraid of death, but they didn't dare to express their thoughts with Su Dingtian around. True element realm master. In our sea-water commandery, apart from those few sects, there are only 20 or so true element realm masters. Which one of them is it? The Hidden Cloud Sect's second elder stroked his beard and muttered, "No matter who it is, since they killed an elder of the Hidden Cloud Sect, they must give us an explanation. I haven't exercised my body in a long time. This time, I will personally make a trip to the Zhao Mansion. First elder, come with me. Second elder, stay here and guard the Hidden Cloud Sect." Su Dingtian said calmly. "Yes, sect leader." All the elders responded in unison. Only the great elder had a strange expression. He knew that Su Dingtian wanted to bring him along because he was afraid that he would cause trouble in the Hidden Cloud Sect. The great elder glanced at Su Dingtian from the corner of his eyes and sneered in his heart. "Father, I'll go with you." Su Wen said, "Let's go together." Su Dingtian nodded. 100 Mountain City. Besides the Zhao mansion, there were also 4 other families in 100 Mountain City. They were the Huang family, the Long family, the Shangguan family, and the Nangong family. The last 3 families had already been operating in 100 Mountain City for hundreds of years. Because they weren't families that specialized in business, they were much weaker than the Zhao mansion in terms of financial resources. However, the overall strength of their martial artists was much stronger than the Zhao mansion. Each family had 3 to 5 masters at the 7th stage of the bone forging realm. As for the Huang family, it was originally a small family. However, 30 years ago, the Huang family produced an imperial concubine. With the help of this imperial concubine, the Huang family soared to the sky. After 30 years, they were comparable to the other large families. They were even the strongest of the 5 families in 100 Mountain City. This was because the Huang family had an expert at the 8th level of the bone forging realm. This imperial concubine had sent him from the imperial palace to be her father's guard. Everyone, have you heard? The Hidden Cloud sect's 2 elders died in the Zhao mansion. The Huang family's head, Huang Batian, said with a smile. His tone contained a hint of schadenfreude. Before he made his fortune, he was once bullied by a servant of the Zhao mansion. Although not many people knew about this, and Huang Batian didn't want others to say that he was narrow-minded, he never forgot about it. After he made his fortune, he would find trouble with the Zhao mansion whenever he had the chance. Now that he heard that 2 elders of the Hidden Cloud sect died in the Zhao mansion, he was naturally happy. The Long family, Shangguan family, and Nangong family's heads were also present. After hearing Huang Beishan's words, they all smiled and nodded. With the Hidden Cloud sect's personality, in a few days, the Zhao mansion will disappear from 100 Mountain City. At that time, who do you think the Hidden Cloud sect will hand over the Zhao mansion's business to? Long Qinyin said with a smile, "Why don't we divide it among the 4 families? That way it will be more fair." Shangguan MOD said. Nangong Chung shook his head and said, "The Huang family will take 30%, and the remaining 70 will be divided among the 3 of us. That's more fair." Long Qinyin and Shangguan MOD glanced at him and cursed him in their hearts. However, on the surface, they nodded with a smile. "That's fine too." The 2 said at the same time, No, my Huang family will take 50%. The remaining 50 will be divided among the 3 of you." Huang Batian shook his head with a smile. Although he was over 60 years old, because he had practiced the cultivation technique from the royal palace and consumed the pills his daughter gave him, his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the bone forging realm. He still looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. If he didn't have any illnesses, he could easily live to 140 years old. 50%? Even Nangong Cheng's expression changed slightly. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the 3 of them nodded in agreement. Huang Beishan's daughter now had a high status in the royal palace. There was no need to become enemies with Huang Batian over such a trivial matter. "That's right, Huang family head. I heard that the person who killed the Hidden Cloud sect's black and white elders was picked up by Zhao Zhu's daughter, Zhao. At that time, she was seriously injured and unconscious. This person's cultivation cannot be underestimated. Do you think that the Hidden Cloud sect can take revenge this time?" Long Qinyin suddenly let out a smile. "Oh!" Everyone, including Huang Batian, frowned slightly. He had never considered this before. The Hidden Cloud sect has occupied this place for over 1,300 years. They must have some special tricks up their sleeves. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. How can a single person stop the Hidden Cloud sect? "I'll just wait and watch the show," Nangong Chung said with a smile. Patriarch Nangong is right. Let's just watch the show. Chapter 2148. Chapter 2148. Chapter 2148, is it that simple? For the past few days, the people of the Zhao mansion all had a worried look on their faces. There were many guards present that day. Even though the chief steward had ordered them not to talk about what happened that day in private, they still couldn't prevent the news from spreading. Almost the next day, the servants of the Zhao mansion, the madams, and Zhao Zhuo's younger brothers all knew about what happened. Even the old master, who had long been indifferent to worldly affairs, was alarmed. He personally went to see Zhao Zhuo. Some people saw the old master leave with a worried look on his face. "Is that person in Dr. Ding's yard?" "It should be. I heard that Dr. Ding cured his injury." "Well, who has a good relationship with Dr. Ding? Go and visit him." "I heard that even the chief steward is no match for that person. If we can be apprenticed to him, we won't have to be servants anymore. Don't even think about it. We are servants. Even if he wants to take us as apprentices, he won't look at us." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Eldest Miss is here." Several servants who passed by the gate stood respectfully and lowered their heads. Zhao Ruo walked past them with Xiao Li and finally stopped at the gate of Ding Feng's yard. Because they were in the Zhao mansion, there were no gates at the entrance of the courtyard, so they could clearly see what was going on in the courtyard. Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li saw Ning Qi practicing boxing in the courtyard at a glance, while Ding Feng stood at the side and imitated him. "He is practicing boxing." Zhao Ruo was slightly startled and then wanted to turn and leave. At this time, Ding Feng saw the two girls and quickly came forward to greet them. "Ding Feng greets eldest Miss and Miss Xiao Li. Young Master Bei Xian is practicing boxing. I will come back later." Zhao Ruo smiled. "It's okay. Young Master Bei Xian doesn't mind people watching him practice boxing. Eldest Miss and Miss Xiao Li, please come in." Ding Feng said quickly. Zhao Ruo hesitated for a moment, then nodded and walked into the yard with Xiao Li. The two girls stood at the side and waited for about half an hour before Ning Qi stopped practicing. Can such a slow punch kill someone? Xiao Li was also a martial artist and a martial artist at the first stage of the bone forging realm, but she couldn't understand the mystery of Ning Qi's boxing. "Miss Zhao Ruo, have you thought it through?" Ning Qi looked at Zhao Ruo and smiled. Zhao Ruo stepped forward with Xiao Li and bowed. Then she nodded and said in a low voice, "Child Bei Xian, I have already thought it through, but just say it. Don't have any misgivings." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Zhao Ruo hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "My request is to make the Zhao family the strongest family in Tianlong Kingdom." Ding Feng stared dumbfoundedly at Zhao. This request seemed a little too much. In reality, this was the only request Zhao Ruo could think of. If her father wanted her to keep Ning Qi in the Zhao mansion, there were two ways. The first was for her to marry Ning Qi. However, Zhao Ruo and Ning Qi were not close, so she couldn't bring herself to ask for it. Therefore, making the Zhao family the strongest family in Sky Dragon Country was exactly what Zhao Zhuo wanted. With the Zhao family's strength, it was extremely difficult to become the strongest family in Sky Dragon Country. Even if this young Master Bei Xian was a true energy realm master, he might not be able to do it. Therefore, before the request was fulfilled, Zhao Zhuo could only stay in the Zhao mansion. After saying this request, Zhao Ruo was a little nervous. If the other party just said it casually, this request might drive him away. Xiao Li and Zhao Ruo were equally nervous. If Ning Qi left the Zhao mansion in a fit of anger, then the Zhao mansion would have to face the anger of the Hidden Cloud sect. At that time, even if they could push all the blame onto Ning Qi, the Zhao mansion would inevitably suffer a great loss. That's simple. Ning Qi looked at Zhao Ruo with a smile that wasn't a smile. This little girl also knows that this request is a little difficult, but wait, what did young Master Bei Xian just say? Zhao Ruo, Xiao Li, and Ding Feng stared at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. "Young Master Bei Xian, did you just say that this request is very simple?" Zhao Ruo said in disbelief, thinking that she had heard wrongly. "And this request is indeed not difficult. If you have decided, then so be it. Ning Qi smiled. If the other party wanted to ask for immortality, Ning Qi could grant it. The strongest cultivators here were only at the 5th rank of Qi refinement. With this kind of cultivation, they would only have a lifespan of 1 to 200 years. As long as they broke through to the Battle Dan realm, their lifespan would be at least tens of thousands of years. To them, it was no different from immortality. Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li left Dingfeng's courtyard in a daze and went to Zhao Zhuo's courtyard. Zhao Zhuo, the first madam, the second madam, the third madam, Zhao Zhuo's younger brothers, the chief steward, and Zhao Ruo's cousins were all gathered here. Seeing Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li return, everyone's faces revealed a trace of anticipation as they looked at the two girls. Ruo, what did he say? Zhao Zhuo was the calmest and asked. Zhao Ruo looked at Zhao Zhuo. She wasn't sure what to say. Ning Qi's indifferent attitude made Zhao Ruo feel a little worried. What kind of existence would say that making the Zhao family the #1 family in Sky Dragon country was a simple matter? If the other party was really that strong, how could he have been injured so badly in the past? Even a Xiantian realm expert wouldn't dare to boast like this. When everyone saw Zhao Ruo's expression, their hearts sank. Many people who didn't see Ning Qi make a move with their own eyes revealed a trace of mockery as they looked at Zhao Zhuo. Did he go back on his words? Zhao Zhuo said in a low voice, Big brother, it's normal to go back on his words. He killed the Hidden Cloud Sect's black and white elders and didn't escape. Even if he is brave, he still said that he would agree to any of Ruo's requests. This is complete bullshit. Zhao Zhuo's second brother, Zhao Yu, sneered. The others nodded in agreement. The second madam's face revealed a trace of fear. She looked at Zhao Zhuo and said, Master, a few days have passed. The Hidden Cloud Sect's people are probably on their way. What should we do? Why don't we hand him over? The third madam suddenly said, You are mistaken. Young Master Beixian has already agreed to my request. Zhao Ruo said in a low voice. When she said this, everyone's expression became even more strange. Zhao Zhuo's face revealed a trace of joy. He is willing to marry into our Zhao family. A true element realm expert marrying into the Zhao family was a great thing for the Zhao family. Even if they offended the Hidden Cloud sect, it didn't matter. Zhao Yu and the others were slightly shocked. They looked at Zhao Zhuo and then at Zhao Ruo with strange expressions. His big brother was actually planning this? Father, you misunderstood. My request is not this, Zhao Ruo said in a low voice. Zhao Zhuo was startled. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Ruo, you are muddle-headed. Family head. Perhaps the young miss has her own ideas. Chapter 2149. No matter how painful it is, I can endure it. No matter how painful it is, I can endure it. Hearing the chief steward's words, Zhao Zhuo calmed down and looked at Zhao Ruo. Ruo, tell father, what is your request? Zhao Ruo whispered her request. In the end, everyone present was stunned. Zhao Yu was so angry that he laughed instead. How arrogant. Does he think our Zhao clan is a monkey to be toyed with? He agreed to such a request and said it was simple. Does he think he is a Grand Master? Master, I think this person is not reliable, the first madam said indifferently. Her position in the family was second only to the old master and Zhao Zhuo. Thus, when she spoke, the other madams followed. Zhao Ruo's cousins shook their heads and sighed. The Zhao family was unlucky this time. They actually met such an unreliable person. Now, they only hoped that Ning Qi could help them block the Hidden Cloud sect's anger. That was enough. Ruo, I understand. You want to use this to keep him in our Zhao residence. As for making the Zhao family the #1 family in Sky Dragon country, that is just an excuse. Zhao Zhuo's lips curled up. He already understood Zhao Ruo's good intentions. Hearing this, everyone seemed to understand. Whether the other party was bragging or not, he had the strength. If he could stay in the Zhao residence for a long time, it would be a good opportunity for the Zhao family to strengthen themselves. Zhao Rua saw that Zhao Zhua's understanding was different from hers. She hesitated for a moment and didn't say what she thought. In her opinion, Ning Qi was not someone who bragged. When he spoke, his expression was calm. It was as if making the Zhao residence the #1 family in Sky Dragon Country was a piece of cake. Thus, Zhao Rua was 70 to 80% convinced. Seeing that Zhao Zhua and the others thought that Ning Qi was bragging, she didn't plan to defend herself. Whether he was bragging or not, time would prove everything. Father, there is one more thing. From today onwards, Xiao Li and I will learn martial arts from young Master Bei Xian. Young Master Bei Xian also wants us to find 2 more people. Including Dr. Ding, there will be a total of 5 people. Zhao Rua said. Zhao Zhue and the head steward were both pleasantly surprised. It seemed that Ning Qi was planning to cultivate talents for the Zhao mansion. This was great news. Big brother, do you think that person is really a true element realm master? Zhao Yu said with a serious expression. Not bad. Zhao Zhue nodded. He didn't know what stage of the true element boundary Ning Qi was at, but he was sure that since Ning Qi wasn't afraid of the Hidden Cloud sect and could even scare off Su Wen, he was definitely at the true element boundary. Then Mai Long, can also be counted as one. Zhao Yu immediately said. Second brother, that's not right. Zhao Zhue's 3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers all revealed expressions of dissatisfaction. As for Zhao Rua's cousins, they excitedly looked at Zhao Zhua, their hearts filled with anticipation. If they could become the apprentice of a true energy expert, then in the future they would also be able to break through to the 10th rank of bone forging. They might even have the slightest chance of reaching the true energy realm. To them, this was a major event that could change their lives. They had to fight for this spot. All of a sudden, everyone spoke up. They were all fighting for the 2 spots. Zhao Zhue looked at them indifferently. After a moment, he said, there is no rush to confirm the spots. Let's wait for the Hidden Cloud sex matter to pass before we decide. What does everyone think? When everyone heard this, they felt that it was very reasonable. Right now, the Zhao Mansion's crisis was the Hidden Cloud sect. If that person could really help the Zhao Mansion, then it wouldn't be too late for their sons to take him as their master. Then it's settled. Everyone, you may leave. Zhao Zhue lightly waved his hand and stood up. Your aptitude is trash. Ning Qi looked at Ding Feng and spoke bluntly. Ding Feng's face turned red, and she whispered, Young Master Bei Xian, I know my aptitude isn't good, but I'm just studying medicine. What's wrong with studying medicine? Haven't you heard of how many medical experts there are? 1 needle can kill a person, and 1 needle can save a person. Who says that medical students can't practice martial arts? Ning Qi lightly said. Standing at the side, Xiao Li and Zhao Rua felt that it was very reasonable. However, learning medicine itself required a lot of energy. If he practiced martial arts, it seemed that there was not enough time. The innate masters in Tianlong's kingdom were also lacking in medical skills. No matter how trash your aptitude is, I have a way to help you grow. However, there will be a little pain. You must endure it. Ning Qi smiled. Ding Feng's heart was suddenly filled with determination. He loudly said, Young Master Bei Xian, come on. I can endure no matter how painful it is. In the next moment, a wave of immortal qi directly entered Ding Feng's head. Like a flood, it rushed into his meridians and smashed them into pieces. Ding Feng directly lay on the ground and let out an incomparably shrill scream, like the sound of a pig being slaughtered. At this time, a group of Zhao Rua's cousins sneaked in to see Ning Qi's appearance. In the end, when they heard the sound of a pig being slaughtered, they immediately felt a chill in their hearts. What's going on inside? Why is he screaming so miserably? The sound is so familiar. It sounds like Ding Feng. Cousin Zhao Rua seems to be inside too. Should we go in and save her? Wait first. Don't go in without permission. We don't want to anger that person. Whether it was the disciples of the Zhao mansion or the servants, they all stood far away and stretched their necks. They wanted to see what was happening in the courtyard clearly, but they were also afraid of being discovered by Ningqi. After about an hour, the sound of Ding Feng slaughtering a pig gradually stopped. The crowd didn't know if he was out of energy or dead. In the courtyard, Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li were hugging each other tightly, looking at Ding Feng with some horror. Ding Feng had become a black man, his body covered in a thick layer of black mud. At the same time, there was a foul stench. Still pretending to be dead? Get up. Ningqi lightly laughed. He had used the immortal qi to destroy Ding Feng's originally blocked meridians and then reconstructed them. However, because Ding Feng's foundation was not strong enough, the reconstructed meridians were not considered good. But in this world, this was probably beyond everyone's imagination. At the very least, it was not much different from Feng Wudao's. After reconstructing his meridians, Ding Feng was now a second-level qi refining cultivator, equivalent to this world's true element realm. Bone forging, true element, imperial qi, Xiantian, martial scholar. These 5 realms were the cultivation realms of this world. The martial scholar realm was the limit. Ding Feng had been lying on the ground, still immersed in the mysteries of his body's transformation. After hearing Ning Qi's voice, he hurriedly got up and accidentally flew 7 or 8 feet into the air. Dr. Ding had actually hidden his cultivation. To jump 7 or 8 feet, I'm afraid only martial artists at the 7th level of the bone forging realm and above can do this. Chapter 2150. Deity Realm, Ding Feng screamed and fell heavily to the ground, waving his arms and legs. He thought he would be seriously injured, but he found that he did not feel any pain at all. The layer of black mud also broke and turned into powder and scattered on the ground. Xiao Li and Zhao Ruo found that Ding Feng's skin had become much fairer, and his temperament was somewhat different. Young Master Bei Xian, what happened to me? Ding Feng looked at Ning Qi blankly. I cleared the impurities in your body and reconstructed your meridians. With your current aptitude, you can barely start cultivating. Ning Qi smiled. But my strength and the qi in my body is that true, Yuan? Ding Feng clenched his fist and suddenly found that there seemed to be a little mouse running around in his meridians. When he looked carefully, he found that it was qi. True, Yuan? Dr. Ding, you are a true energy realm master? Xiao Li exclaimed. Zhao Ruo also could not believe it. The way she looked at Ding Feng changed dramatically. This Ding Feng, who was chased by his enemies and seriously injured, was actually a true energy realm master? No, how can I be a true energy realm master? I'm not even in the bone forging realm. Ding Feng smiled bitterly. The next moment, the 3 of them gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. It's your turn. Ning Qi looked at Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li and smiled. Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li were originally very afraid. After all, they had seen Ding Feng's miserable state from the beginning to the end. But now they were a little excited. If they guessed correctly, Ding Feng's current performance was because of Ning Qi. Young Master Bei Xian, after clearing the impurities in your body and reconstructing your meridians, can you directly become a true energy realm master? Xiao Li asked expectantly. Yes. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Xiao Li and Zhao Ruo looked at each other excitedly and said to Ning Qi, Young Master Bei Xian, come on. Did you guys see that? Yes, it seems to be Dr. Ding, but how can he fly so high? Could it be that he was beaten by that person? The disciples of the Zhao mansion gathered together and pointed towards Ding Feng's courtyard as they expressed their opinions. But it wasn't long before they heard 2 resounding sharp cries, and they instantly lost their composure. It's cousin Zhao Ruo's voice. And literally, go. Let's go and see what's going on. In next to no time, the Zhao mansion disciples led their servants and swarmed over. In the end, they were just about to charge into the courtyard when they noticed that they were repelled by a faint energy. What's going on? Everyone seemed to have been petrified. There was clearly nothing in front of them. What had stopped them just now? A Zhao-mannered disciple mustered up his courage and went forward to touch it. In the end, he really did touch something. Look, the Zhao Mansion disciple cried out in surprise. Following that, everyone stepped forward to test it out. Sure enough, they discovered that there was something in the air. What the hell is this thing? Everyone looked at each other in shock. Then they turned to look at the courtyard, only to find that it was hazy and they couldn't see clearly at all. At this moment, they finally had a preliminary understanding of Ning Qi's means. It was as if a storm was set off in their hearts. Zhao, Ruo, and Xiao Li's screams lasted for nearly 2 hours before they gradually became softer and disappeared. Just like Ding Fenggang, their bodies were wrapped in a thick layer of mud. However, unlike Ding Fenggang, the two of them had less mud, which meant that their aptitude for martial arts was higher than Ding Fengang's. The two of them lay on the ground for about 5 breaths. Their bodies trembled and the black mud on their bodies suddenly shattered. Zhao, Ruo, and Little Li stood up together and looked at each other. They could see the obvious changes in each other's bodies. Not only their temperament, but even their appearance and skin had changed greatly. Little Li punched out, and suddenly there was an explosive sound. The surrounding air vibrated with it. Little Li looked at her own fist in surprise. Finally, she leaped with all her strength and flew more than 10 feet high. Unlike Ding Feng, she landed very steadily on the ground. It seemed that she had already familiarized herself with the skyrocketing power in her body. Miss, it really is true energy realm. My strength has increased a lot. Little Li excitedly pulled Zhao Ruo's arm. Zhao Ruo liked to be quiet, although her body already had the strength of true energy realm. She just quietly felt it. Seeing Little Li's excitement, Zhao Ruo looked at Ning Qi and gave a deep bow. Thank you, young Master Bei Xian. Little Li and Ding Feng reacted and quickly bowed to thank him. The three of them almost simultaneously thought of Ning Qi's promise yesterday to help the Zhao family become the #1 family in Sky Dragon Country. With the deity conduit strength that Ning Qi displayed at the moment, it would not take long for him to fulfill this promise. They could not imagine how powerful the Zhao family would be if all the disciples of the Zhao family became true energy realm masters. Even the imperial palace would pay attention to it. No wonder young Master Bei Xian thinks this matter is so simple. Even if the Hidden Cloud sect comes looking for us, we can deal with them without young Master Bei Xian, right? The three of them thought to themselves. At the same time, they began to imagine what realm Ning Qi's cultivation had reached. They felt that Ning Qi might be a legendary grandmaster. The three of them had never seen a grandmaster before, so they didn't know how strong a grandmaster was. If they clearly understood the limits of a grandmaster, they definitely wouldn't think so. After all, even a grandmaster couldn't help a martial artist in the bone-forging realm break through to the true energy realm. That was a fantasy. Take these 3 sabers. Ning Qi gently waved his hand, and 3 large sabers appeared in front of the 3 of them. These were the lowest quality artifacts in his spatial bag. Back when he killed some small thieves in the Central Continent, he casually put them away. Although the 3 of them didn't have the strength to refine these 3 artifacts, they were still very handy for cutting people. Good sabers, Ding Feng subconsciously praised. Then he looked at Ning Qi in surprise. He seemed to be wondering where Ning Qi had taken these 3 sabers from. I will teach you a set of saber skills. If you learn this set of saber skills, I believe you can go anywhere in the world. Ning Qi faintly smiled. The 3 of them suddenly became dignified. They didn't think that Ning Qi would teach them martial arts so quickly. Zhao Ruo was a little hesitant. She didn't like using sabers and preferred using swords. However, she didn't dare to say anything. Since Ning Qi wanted to teach them saber skills, then she would learn. This set of saber skills is called the 5 Tigers Breaking the Gate saber skill. It was the consummate skill I used when I first became famous. Chapter 2151. Chapter 2151. Chapter 2151. A wall of interwoven ethereal force. What are you all standing here for? The head chief steward happened to pass by Ding Feng's yard and wanted to pay a visit to Ningqi. However, he found a large group of Zhao Mansion disciples standing at the gate and found it strange. Head chief steward. The crowd hurriedly saluted. One of the disciples, who seemed to have the highest status, stepped forward and said in a low voice, Head chief steward, we discovered that Child Beixian's strength is really unpredictable. Oh, what did you find? The head chief steward was immediately interested when he heard about Ningqi. Head chief steward, please come forward and have a look. A mysterious smile appeared on the Zhao Mansion disciple's face. The head chief steward felt a little strange, but when he took a few more steps and was blocked by the invisible wall, his face suddenly became shocked. The Zhao Mansion disciples saw this and smiled proudly. This is impossible. He can actually interweave such an invisible wall with ethereal force. How terrifying is his strength! Even if he is a true energy realm cultivator, it is impossible, right? Could it be? The head chief steward gasped. He was shocked by his own guess. He felt that Ningqi was very likely to be a qi-controlling realm cultivator. Head chief, cousin Zhao Rua is also inside. We heard her scream just now, so we wanted to enter the courtyard to take a look, but we found that we couldn't enter at all. You're experienced and knowledgeable, so what do you think this is? A disciple of the Zhao Mansion asked curiously. The head chief steward blushed slightly. Although he was knowledgeable, he had never seen such a method. However, he could not show it in front of the Zhao Mansion disciples. He could only say mysteriously, You will find out in the future. As for the scream, it might be because young mistress wants to learn martial arts from Child Beixian. Since it is martial arts, it is inevitable that there will be some bumps. Young mistress has always been very refined, so it is normal. Stop looking around and leave. Having said that, he waved his hand. The Zhao Mansion disciples were a little reluctant to leave, but when they saw the head chief steward's expression gradually turning cold, they reluctantly left. After everyone left, the head chief steward stood alone at the gate for a while. Seeing that there was no intention of inviting him in, he hurriedly left. He had to tell Zhao Zhui about his discovery. What? A wall of interweaving true essence? Zhao Zhui stared at the chief steward with his mouth agape. He clearly knew what this sentence meant. That's right. This old servant saw it with my own eyes. The chief nodded with a solemn expression. Go. Zhao Zhui decided to take a look for himself. Soon, he followed the chief steward to Ding Feng's courtyard. He walked towards the courtyard's gate with a solemn expression. However, when he reached the gate, he realized that he was being stopped by a gentle force. He couldn't move forward. Head butler, this time Rua picked up an incredible person. Zhao Zhui whispered. That's right. However, clan head, have you ever considered the possibility that even someone as powerful as him was severely injured by someone else? Could it be that he has a powerful enemy behind him? If that were to implicate our Zhao clan, a worried look appeared on the head chief's face. We will discuss this matter later. Right now, the Hidden Cloud sect is our top priority. I received news that the Huang family, Long family, Shengguan family, and Nangong family are watching us make a fool of ourselves. They are prepared to wait until our Zhao Mansion is eradicated by the Hidden Cloud sect to divide our businesses. It seems like they made a mistake this time. Zhao Zhui's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes revealed a trace of mockery. As for the head chief steward's worries, he wasn't afraid at all. If Ningqi really had a powerful enemy behind him, he would naturally leave when the time came. He wouldn't implicate a small family like the Zhao Mansion. I heard that Rua is inside? Zhao Zhui asked. And the eldest miss is inside. The head chief steward nodded. Then we will wait here. Zhao Zhuo smiled. When the head chief steward heard this, he didn't object. An expert like Ning Qi was worthy of them, standing at the gate. The others wanted this opportunity, but didn't have it yet. Within the courtyard, there were bursts of whistling sounds. Occasionally, there would be the sound of swords clashing. Under Ning Qi's guidance, Ding Feng, Zhao Ruo, and Xiao Li had already comprehended the first level of the 5-tiger gate breaking blade. They even had the intention of breaking through to the second level. Now that the 3 of them had true essence in their bodies, every move they made was filled with power. They fought together, tempering their saber arts. Although it was called a chaotic battle, the truth was that Ding Feng was already sweating profusely. He was being attacked by Xiao Li and Zhao Ruo together. All right, Ning Qi lightly said after watching for a long time. The 3 of them immediately sheathed their sabers. Ding Feng let out a long sigh of relief, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. He never thought that he, Ding Feng, would one day become such a powerhouse. Those saber strikes, just now, each one of them could easily kill a 6th-order bone forging powerhouse like the Zhao Mansion's head chief steward. Zhao Ruo's face was as red as a ripe apple. Wisps of white qi rose from her hair. This was a phenomenon that would occur when one's blood essence was circulated to the extreme. However, the higher one's cultivation was, the weaker this phenomenon would be. Go back and properly study this saber art. There is no need to come for the next few days. Ning Qi smiled. Yes, young Master Beixian. Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li hastily bowed. When the 2 of them walked out of the courtyard, they suddenly saw Zhao Zhuo and the head chief, steward, standing there. Zhao Ruo's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Father, head chief steward, what are you doing here? Zhao Zhuo was startled. He subconsciously took a step forward and found that the invisible wall had disappeared. He was even more certain that this wall of true energy had been created by Ning Qi. Ruor, is young Master Beixian inside? Zhao Zhuo smiled. Young Master Beixian is inside. Father, are you here to see him? Zhao Ruo nodded. Just as Zhao Zhuo was about to speak, he suddenly found that the invisible wall appeared again, pushing him back a few steps. Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li were not too shocked when they saw this. The means that Ning Qi had displayed in front of them today was enough for them to digest when they went back. Who would believe that someone who had never practiced martial arts, someone who was only at the first stage of the bone forging realm, could become a true energy expert in just a few hours? It seems that young Master Beixian doesn't want to see me, Zhao Zhuo sighed in his heart. But it didn't matter. Being able to know Ning Qi's true cultivation today was already great news. After Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li left, Ding Feng was still excitedly waving his saber in the courtyard. This was the first time he realized that martial artists could be so happy. Chapter 2152. The Hidden Cloud sect had arrived. 100 Mountain City is right in front of us. Around 100 horsemen appeared on the official road, looking at 100 Mountain City, 5 miles away. Go! Su Dingtian coldly shouted and rode his horse towards 100 Mountain City. Su Wen saw this and quickly followed. Over 100 horses that had been specially fed had blood energy, comparable to a 3rd-stage bone forging realm martial artist. They raised a cloud of smoke as they rushed towards 100 Mountain City. When the nearby martial artists saw this, they gave way and looked at this group of horsemen in shock. The aura of this group of horsemen is extraordinary, especially the leader. I can't see through him at all. Does anyone know where he came from? Why are they going to 100 Mountain City? A martial artist that passed by Sishui County asked the people beside him, "Can't you see that they are wearing the robes of the Hidden Cloud sect? These are all martial artists of the Hidden Cloud sect. As for why they are going to 100 Mountain City, there will be a good show to watch." Some time ago, there was news that 2 Hidden Cloud sect elders died in the Zhao mansion. Now that this group of Hidden Cloud sect martial artists are here, they must be here for revenge. Let's go take a look. We can't miss such a lively event. Hidden Cloud sect? The martial artist that passed by Sishui County sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't think that he would see the famous Hidden Cloud sect martial artists not long after arriving at Sishui County. At the city gate of 100 Mountain City, the soldiers guarding the city suddenly felt the ground shake. Then they saw over 100 horsemen rushing over. Their faces were filled with fear, and one of them stepped forward and shouted, "Who are you?" "This is 100 Mountain City." "Quickly stop. The Hidden Cloud sect is here to handle matters. Evils retreat." There was an angry roar. That soldier was pulled back by his teammate, and he barely dodged a horse's hoof that almost stepped on him. The originally half-closed city gate was directly smashed into pieces by the person in front. Then, over 100 horsemen entered 100 Mountain City in the blink of an eye. "Are you crazy? Can't you see that it is the Hidden Cloud sect? You actually dare to stop them? Do you really think that just because you eat the royal food, you don't need to be afraid of these local snakes?" An old soldier scolded. "Hidden Cloud sect?" The young soldier was startled. His legs trembled, and he revealed a resentful expression. He cupped his hands at the old soldier and said, "Geezer Wong, thank you very much. You should sharpen your eyes in the future. If you make a mistake while working here, you might die. Do you understand?" Old Wong said proudly, Yes. Very few people dared to ride fast horses in 100 Mountain City. Therefore, the moment Su Dingtian and his team entered the city, they had attracted the attention of all the warriors. Soon, Huang Batian and the others received the news from their subordinates. They quickly walked out of their homes and rushed toward Zhao Mansion. They arrived earlier than Su Dingtian and his team. Su Dingtian came in person. Huang Batian was slightly startled before exchanging glances with Nan Gongqing, Long Qinyin, and Sheng Guanamo before heading toward Su Dingtian. Sect leader Su's visit to 100 Mountain City today really brings light to this humble place, Huang Batian said with a smile. Although Su Dingtian's cultivation was higher than his, he didn't put himself too low. After all, his daughter was a favored concubine in the palace. His Huang clan didn't have to be too afraid of a declining sect like the Hidden Cloud sect. Huang clan head, long time no see. Su Dingtian nodded with a fake smile and didn't get off his horse. Seeing this, Huang Batian's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. Hidden Cloud sect leader. I didn't expect him to come in person. It seems like the rumors are true. The Zhao mansion must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to offend the Hidden Cloud sect. I'm afraid they will be annihilated today. The Zhao mansion is a big clan. Usually, the guards of the Zhao mansion are all pretentious and bully others. They deserve to be annihilated today. More and more warriors came over. Some were shocked and some were gloating. As for the ordinary people who didn't practice martial arts, they didn't dare to get too close. They were afraid of being affected by the shock waves of the battle. They just stood far away and stretched their necks to watch. What's wrong? The Zhao family still hasn't received the news? Or are they afraid and want to be a turtle hiding in its shell, not daring to come out? Huang Batian smiled faintly as he looked at the Zhao mansion's gate. He spoke loudly. His voice was loud and clear. At the very least, everyone in the Zhao mansion could hear him. Zhao mansion. Clan head, the Hidden Cloud sect leader, Su Dingtian, has personally led a team into 100 Mountain City. The chief steward had a serious expression as he reported. Right now, all the important figures of the Zhao mansion were present. Even though Ning Qi was here, they still didn't feel confident. After all, the Hidden Cloud sect had been in Sishui Commandery for 1,300 years. The deterrence they had accumulated over the years was much stronger than a martial artist they didn't know of. Go invite young Master Bei Xian over. Zhao Zhui said in a low voice. A person left in a hurry. Not long after, he and Ding Feng arrived at the main hall. Everyone looked behind the two of them and were stunned. Where was Ning Beixian? Why was there only Dr. Ding? Where is young Master Beixian? Zhao Zhui asked in surprise. Clan head, young Master Beixian is not with me. Ding Feng cupped his hands and smiled bitterly. How can he not be here? Zhao Zhui cried out involuntarily. Zhao Yu and the others had ugly expressions. The Hidden Cloud sect had already entered 100 Mountain City, but that person had disappeared? At this moment, Huang Beixian's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone's expressions became even uglier. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Let's go out first. Although the Zhao Mansion is doing business, we can't let the people of 100 Mountain City look down on us and think that we have no backbone. Zhao Zhui said in a low voice. Then he stood up and walked towards the door. When Zhao Yu and the others saw this, a trace of fear rose in their hearts. Damn it! At such a crucial moment he disappeared. Could he have escaped because he was afraid of the Hidden Cloud sect? Isn't this implicating our Zhao Mansion? Zhao Yu thought indignantly. Soon, Zhao Zhui and the others arrived at the door. Zhao Zhui gestured to the chief steward. The chief steward nodded and personally opened the door. Once the door opened, a murderous aura assaulted their noses. Hundreds of knights were standing outside, looking at them coldly. Besides them, Huang Batian and the others also looked at Zhao Zhui. Su Wen's gaze swept around. When he didn't see Ning Qi, his expression changed. You are Zhao Zhui. Su Dingtian looked at Zhao Zhui coldly. A small family, like the Zhao Mansion, didn't have the qualifications to meet Su Dingtian. Thus, this was the first time the two of them had met. Zhao Zhui nodded and cupped his hands. I am Zhao Zhui. Where is the person who killed my Hidden Cloud, Sex Black and White elders? Let him come out, Su Dingtian said coldly. Sect Master Su, young Master Beixian isn't in the mansion right now. If you want to see him, why don't you come another day? Zhao Zhui forced a smile. Not in the mansion. Escaped? Su Dingtian's expression changed slightly. The murderous intent on his body gradually intensified. He shouted, My Hidden Cloud Sect's elders can't die in vain. Since they died in your Zhao Mansion, then let the entire Zhao Mansion be buried with them. Kill them. Kill. Su Wen and the others shouted in unison. Who dares to move? Chapter 2153. Chapter 2153. Chapter 2153. Coincidence? True Element Realm? Zhao Zhui sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Ding Feng in disbelief. How could this little doctor, whom he had pitifully brought back to the Zhao Mansion, possibly be a true element boundary master? Although Ding Feng's aura wasn't targeted at Zhao Zhui, it was still like a monstrous wave that struck fear in everyone's hearts. Dr. Ding has been hiding his skills. The head steward, Zhao Yu, the first madam, the second madam, and the other important figures of the Zhao Mansion were all shocked when they felt the intense pressure from Ding Feng. Huang Batian and the others turned to look at Ding Feng with solemn expressions. The four of them had never imagined that there would be such a person hidden in the Zhao Mansion. Didn't that mean that there were two true energy realm cultivators in the Zhao Mansion? The Hidden Cloud sect only sent two true element realm experts, Su Dingtian and the second elder. True element boundary first order? Interesting. Is this why your Zhao residence dares to provoke my Hidden Cloud sect? Su Dingtian stared coldly at Ding Feng. In the next moment, he turned into a gust of wind and appeared in front of Ding Feng, striking out with his palm. Ding Feng subconsciously dodged, but it was too late. He was sent flying by Su Dingtian's palm strike and landed heavily on the ground. When the nearby martial artists saw this, they looked at Su Dingtian with eyes filled with awe. He was indeed worthy of being the Hidden Cloud sect's sect master. He could even defeat a true element realm master so easily. At this moment, Su Dingtian had a trace of doubt in his heart. Although Ding Feng had the aura of a first-level true energy realm martial artist, he seemed to be dealing with ordinary people who didn't know martial arts. However, when his attack landed on Ding Feng's body, he could clearly feel the boiling blood qi in Ding Feng's body. This was enough to prove that Ding Feng was truly a true energy realm expert. Dr. Ding! Everyone in the Zhao mansion was shocked. Zhao Zhuo quickly stepped forward to check on Ding Feng's injuries. When he discovered that Ding Feng's injuries were not too serious, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he was shocked. From this, he could tell that Ding Feng was really a true element boundary master. Otherwise, even he wouldn't have been able to withstand Su Dingtian's palm. I don't know what kind of lucky chance you obtained to reach your current realm, but with your talent, wanting to stand up for the Zhao residents today is no different from asking for trouble. I will give you a chance. Join my Hidden Cloud sect. Su Dingtian said calmly. Su Wen and the others had strange expressions on their faces. However, the second elder looked at Ding Feng with anticipation. A true element boundary expert was very valuable in Sishui Commandery. Their Hidden Cloud sect was a large sect, but they only had 3 true element boundary experts. If they added one more, even if their cultivation was at the bottom of the true element boundary, it would still be enough to increase the overall strength of the Hidden Cloud sect by 20%. I am indebted to the family head. I cannot join your Hidden Cloud sect. I was careless just now. Again, Ding Feng felt a trace of shame in his heart. He felt that he had lost face for Ning Qi and the Zhao residents. Fortunately, Ning Qi wasn't here right now, so he still had a chance to redeem this lost face. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Feng stomped on the ground and leaped into the air, shooting towards Su Wen like a cannonball. He left a pair of deep footprints on the ground, and cracks spread out like spiderwebs in all directions. When the Zhao residents saw this scene, they finally believed that Dr. Ding had become a true element boundary expert. About 10 moves later, Ding Feng was punched in the chest by Su Dingtian. With a loud bang, he smashed into the ground. This time he spat out a large mouthful of blood and no longer had the strength to stand up. When Zhao Zhuo and the others saw this, their expressions turned ugly. They didn't expect that Ding Feng would give them a pleasant surprise, but Su Dingtian would wipe it out. Since this child isn't willing to join my Hidden Cloud sect, then there is no point in keeping him. Just as Su Dingtian was preparing to kill Ding Feng, Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li finally rushed out. Ruo, what are you doing out here? Go back! Zhao Zhuo immediately berated and quickly gave Zhao Ruo a look. Without waiting for Zhao Ruo to speak, Su Wen coldly mocked. Zhao family head, why are you in such a hurry to send Miss Zhao back? Are you afraid that my Hidden Cloud sect will harm her? Don't worry. Since Miss Zhao is someone that I, Su Wen, have taken a fancy to, even if your Zhao family dies today, she will be fine. Su Dingtian withdrew his gaze from the 2 girls and looked down at Ding Feng. He smiled and said, please go on your way. In the next moment, a sharp light flashed in his hand. It was unknown when, but a sharp weapon had appeared in Su Dingtian's hand. It was like a triangular awl, with sharp blades on all 3 sides. If Ding Feng was pierced by this sharp weapon, he would die without a doubt. Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li attacked at almost the same time. The moment they attacked, everyone felt the aura of the true element boundary from the 2 girls. Zhao Zhuo and the others sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li with strange eyes. They had been with these 2 girls for so long. How could they not know their cultivation? Not to mention that Zhao Ruo didn't like to practice martial arts. Even if Xiao Li was a martial artist, she was only at the first stage of the bone forging realm. How did these 2 girls become true element boundary experts? Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li's blades appeared in front of Su Dingtian at almost the same time. If Su Dingtian insisted on killing Ding Feng, then he would also be chopped into minced meat. true element boundary again? Su Dingtian was slightly startled. He then decisively took a few steps back and gave up the opportunity to kill Dingfeng. He looked at Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li with bewilderment. These two were also at the true element boundary. Including Dingfeng, the Zhao family now had 3 true element boundary experts. Although these 3 people's cultivation was only at the first stage of the true element boundary, and he wasn't afraid. But how could a small family like the Zhao family have 3 true element boundary experts? This was almost the same as the Hidden Cloud sect. How could they? Impossible. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Su Wen stared at Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li dumbfoundedly. He then shook his head and muttered to himself. However, his expression immediately became extremely ugly. No matter how hard he tried to deceive himself, what happened in front of him was indeed real. How could Zhao Ruo be at the true element boundary? How could this be? Su Wen couldn't help but gradually clench his fists. The way he looked at Zhao Ruo became a little strange. There was a trace of shock, jealousy, and shame. Originally, he treated Zhao Ruo with a condescending attitude. He thought that taking her as a concubine was Zhao Ruo's good fortune. But now, the status of the two seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. Is that cousin Zhao Ruo? It seems like the one beside her is Xiaoli, right? Are we seeing ghosts? First it was Dr. Dingfeng, then it was cousin Zhao Ruo and Xiaoli. How did all 3 of them become true element boundary experts? A Zhao resident's disciple said with a face full of shock. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning that flashed in many people's minds. Coincidence? It couldn't be a coincidence. Everyone already remembered that they had heard the 3 people screaming in Dingfeng's courtyard. Chapter 2154. Chapter 2154. Chapter 2 Farewell. Family head, the young lady, Xiaoli, and Dr. Ding suddenly became true element realm experts. I'm afraid it has something to do with young Master Beixian. Could it be that a qi-controlling realm expert has such godly means? The chief steward transmitted a message in shock. Impossible. Although our Tianlong country is not one of the 3 big dynasties, and we don't have any grandmaster, we still have a lot of Xiantian realm masters. Even in the sects they belong to, they don't have many true element realm masters. If qi-controlling realm masters can do this, then I'm afraid there are many true element realm masters. Zhao shook his head. His tone was firm. Because of this, his guess about Ning Qi's cultivation had reached a terrifying level. Thinking about this, his hands couldn't help but tremble. Helping the Zhao residents become the number 1 family in Sky Dragon Nation. This goal seems to be possible. The more Zhao Zhe thought about it, the more excited he got. At this time, Su Dingtian's expression gradually became serious. He realized that today's events were out of his expectations. Not only did he not see the mysterious expert who killed the 2 elders, but he also saw 3 true element realm experts. Sect head, something is wrong. The 2nd elder transmitted a message. His expression was very serious. 2nd elder, it's already come to this, and it's impossible to turn things around with the Zhao mansion. Attack and annihilate them. Don't let a single one of them live. Su Dingtian transmitted a message. In the next moment, he rushed toward Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li without hesitation. He was prepared to kill them on the spot. Seeing this, the 2nd elder went to Dingfeng, who was seriously injured on the ground. It seems like the Hidden Cloud sect will destroy the Zhao family today, no matter what. Huang Beixian's group of 4 looked at each other and felt a trace of joy in their hearts. They thought that the strength that the Zhao mansion had displayed today had deeply shocked the 4 of them. As one of the 5 great families of 100 Mountain City, the Zhao mansion had always been at the bottom. But now it had suddenly changed, and 3 true element realm masters had appeared. If the Hidden Cloud sect didn't destroy the Zhao mansion today, then it wouldn't be long before the Zhao family's words ruled the entire 100 Mountain City. Besides the Huang family, all the other families would be destroyed in an instant. "Protect Dr. Ding," Zhao Rua shouted in a low voice. Together with Xiao Li, they held their sabers to protect Ding Feng. The blade technique of 5 tigers breaking the gate that the 2 girls displayed was considered an extremely superior saber technique in this world. For a moment, Su Dingtian and the second elder couldn't do anything to the 2 girls at all. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they couldn't help but open their mouths slightly, especially the people from the Zhao residence who knew Zhao Rua and Xiao Li well. Their eyes were filled with excitement and their palms were sweating. "Break!" Su Dingtian suddenly shouted and made an illusory move. As a result, the 2 women immediately fell for it. Seeing this, the second elder cooperated with Su Dingtian and broke the 2 women's saber formation. The 2 women were injured by the 2 of them and fell heavily to the ground. "Your strength isn't bad, but you don't have any experience. In my opinion, you're not even comparable to ordinary 10th rank bone forging experts. Second elder, leave these 3 to me. You go send the Zhao family head and the others on their way." Su Dingtian chuckled. The second elder nodded calmly and walked towards Zhao Zhua and the others. Everyone in the Zhao mansion felt their hearts sink when they saw this. When Huang Batian and the others saw this, they let out long sighs of relief. "Cough, cough. Su Dingtian, don't be too arrogant. If young Master Beixian was here, you would only be able to kneel here." Ding Feng coughed twice and stared at Su Dingtian as he spoke coldly. When the Hidden Cloud sect's cavalry heard this, endless killing intent burst out from their bodies, causing many of the nearby martial artists to tremble in fear. "Young Master Beixian?" A strange light flashed in Su Dingtian's eyes. Ding Feng was at the true energy realm, but he still spoke so highly of this person. This person's cultivation shouldn't be too low. So what if he's here? It's a good thing he ran fast. Otherwise, my father would have definitely suppressed him today. The black and white elders wouldn't have died in vain. Su Wen sneered. Su Dingtian smiled and didn't intend to waste any more words. He had to end today's battle quickly because he felt that something was strange. In the next moment, Su Dingtian and the second elder made their moves. Whether it was Zhao Rua or Zhao Zhua, they were already in a perilous situation. But at this moment, a figure suddenly walked out from the Zhao mansion. Su Dingtian and the second elder's movements immediately stopped, and a thin layer of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They discovered that they couldn't control their own bodies. "This is..." Huang Batian and the others looked at Ning Qi, their expressions uncertain. Could this person be the mysterious expert who killed the black and white elders a while ago? "Young Master Beixian." When Zhao Zhua and the others saw Ning Qi, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Young Master Beixian, we have disappointed you." Zhao Rua and the others looked at Ning Qi with shame, especially Ding Feng. He felt that he was the only male among the 3 of them, and he should be responsible. But in the end, he was defeated in just a few moves by Su Dingtian. "You guys don't have enough experience, so it's only natural that you'll be at a disadvantage when you meet a cunning person. I can't teach you this, so you can only slowly accumulate experience in the future." Ning Qi walked in front of the 3 of them and smiled. With a wave of his hand, 3 strands of immortal qi entered their bodies, and their injuries instantly healed. Zhao Rua looked at herself with a strange expression, then exchanged glances with Xiao, Li, and Ding Feng, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. "Father, this is the person who killed the black and white elders. Quickly kill him." Su Wen saw that Su Dingtian didn't make a move, and he thought that Su Dingtian was stunned by Ning Qi, so he quickly reminded him. Cold sweat appeared on Su Dingtian's forehead. He wanted to move, but he couldn't control his body. At this moment, his and the second elder's hearts were filled with fear, and they glanced at Ning Qi out of the corner of their eyes. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that Su Dingtian still didn't move, Su Wenren's eyes showed a trace of surprise. At this moment, Ning Chi's body moved slightly, as if he had teleported, and appeared in front of Su Wenren. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, their eyes were filled with horror. They sucked in a few breaths of cold air, and their eyes involuntarily widened to the extreme. "You, what are you doing? Don't do anything stupid." Su Wen subconsciously took a few steps back, looking at Ning Chi in fear, and kept glancing at his father from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't understand why his father and the second elder looked as if their acupoints had been hit. He was very sure that Ning Chi didn't do anything when he came out. "That's your father." Ning Chi glanced at Su Dingtian, then smiled at Su Wen. "Yes." Su Wen nodded, subconsciously. "Say goodbye to him." Ning Chi smiled. Again. "See you?" Su Wen was dumbfounded. Chapter 2155. From the hidden cloud, Su Wen died. As Huang Batian and the others saw this scene, their eyes were filled with shock. Even Zhao Zhua and the others were shocked. After all, Su Wen was a 10th-stage bone forging cultivator. Besides the true element boundary powerhouses, no one else was Su Wen's match. Such an existence had died so suddenly, and they didn't even see how Ning Chi did it. It was exactly the same as when the black and white elders were killed. A trace of fear filled the hearts of Huang Batian and the others. Originally, they had some doubts about Ning Chi's cultivation, but now they were completely convinced. "I'm afraid the Hidden Cloud sect won't have a good time today." Huang Batian's expression was dignified as he thought to himself. However, he wasn't too worried about his Huang family. After all, his daughter was an imperial concubine and was quite favored. No matter what, the Zhao mansion wouldn't dare to move against his Huang family. Long Qinyan and the others weren't as relaxed as Huang Batian. Whether it was the Long family, the Shangguan family, or the Nangong family, their background was only slightly stronger than the Zhao mansion. Now that the Zhao mansion suddenly had 3 true element boundary powerhouses, as well as a terrifying master with an unknown cultivation, if the Zhao mansion really wanted to cause trouble, the 3 families would fall apart overnight. Su Dingtian saw Su Wen's head fall to the ground with his own eyes and was instantly infuriated. He suddenly discovered that he could move his body, and he rushed towards Ning Chi without a care. He only had this one son, yet he had died at the hands of Ning Chi. Su Dingtian's rage caused him to lose his rationality. The hundreds of knights behind him also made a move at this moment and charged towards Ning Chi. In that instant, the killing intent in the surroundings suddenly increased by 10 times. The martial artists who were relatively close felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their entire bodies were shivering. Ning Chi smiled. An immortal spiritual energy was like a flying sword that swept through the surroundings. The hundreds of knights that were rushing towards him, including Su Dingtian, all stopped in place. Huang Batian and the others' noses twitched. They seemed to smell the scent of blood. After a breath of time, the hundreds of martial artists that had just been alive had turned into minced meat along with their horses. They fell to the ground, including Su Dingtian. The ground was a mess. There were pieces of flesh and organs everywhere. None of the corpses were complete. It was even impossible to tell who was who. Because he didn't make a move, the Hidden Cloud sect's second elder was able to escape this calamity. He stared blankly at this scene, and a trace of fear emerged from the depths of his eyes. Gradually, this trace of fear was magnified until it filled his eyes. His body unconsciously trembled, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead and fell to the ground. Dead? Su Dingtian died just like that? Everyone was in disbelief. The Hidden Cloud sect had been entrenched in Sishui County for more than 1,300 years and was considered one of the most deeply rooted forces. When it was at its peak, its sect master even had the qualifications to enter the imperial palace to meet with the emperor. Although it declined later on, in Sishui County it was still considered an illustrious name. Su Dingtian was the current sect master of the Hidden Cloud sect, a true element boundary second stage master. How could he die so miserably without even a complete corpse? At this moment, even Huang Batian began to tremble slightly. He looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in his eyes. Long Qinian and the others weren't much better. However, they were different from Huang Batian. If Huang Batian was a nouveau riche, then they were nobles. Thus, even if they were afraid, they didn't show it on their faces. The Hidden Cloud sect master is dead. Our Siskiyou County situation is about to change. I didn't expect the Zhao residents to invite such a terrifying master. Could it be that the Zhao residence wants to replace the Hidden Cloud sect and become the local tyrant of Siskiyou County? Luckily, I didn't offend the Zhao family. I remember you. Were you at odds with the Zhao family's guards? You have the wrong person. How could I have a grudge against the Zhao family? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you understand? A martial artist's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. He glared at the talkative martial artist, and a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Su Dingtian's death today was beyond the expectations of the martial artists who had come to watch the Zhao family make a fool of themselves. Many of them had a grudge against the Zhao family, but after seeing Ning Qi's methods and the tragic deaths of Su Dingtian and the others, even if they had a grudge against the Zhao family, none of them dared to show it at this moment. Wasn't that just courting death? Don't kill me. The second elder looked at Ning Qi, who was walking towards him step by step in horror. Finally, he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. He didn't want to die. From birth until now, he had cultivated for more than 70 years to reach the true element boundary. According to his normal lifespan, living for another 50 or 60 years wouldn't be a problem. If he died like this, then wouldn't his decades of bitter cultivation be for naught? If you want your Zhao family to become the #1 family in Sky Dragon Country, then start with the Hidden Cloud sect. Ning Qi looked at Zhao Ruo and smiled. When Zhao Ruo heard this, her expression slightly changed. She seemed to realize the true meaning behind Ning Qi's words. Before the Hidden Cloud sect's second elder could react, she suddenly slashed at him with her saber. Puff! Zhao Ruo's saber was an artifact that Ning Qi had given her. Although she couldn't refine it and couldn't use the supernatural powers of an artifact, its sharpness was still one of the best in this world. The Hidden Cloud sect's second elder didn't even have time to react before he was cut in half by Zhao Ruo's saber. After finishing this, Zhao Ruo suddenly covered her mouth. She almost vomited. She quickly revolved the true essence in her body to suppress the urge to vomit. At this point, all the Hidden Cloud sect martial artists that Su Dingtian brought, including himself, had died. The entire area was completely silent. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of people panting in fear. Their gazes were all focused on Ning Qi. Even the people from the Zhao clan were a bit afraid of Ning Qi. People were always afraid of the unknown, and right now, Ning Qi was an unknown existence to them. Many thanks, Senior Beixian. Zhao suddenly took a step forward and bowed. He seemed very respectful, and even changed the way he addressed Ning Qi. Many thanks, Senior Beixian. Zhao Yu and the others excitedly stepped forward and bowed together with Zhao Zhuo. They knew that from today onwards, the Zhao residence's status in 100 Mountain City would undergo an earth-shattering change. Huang Batian and the others silently watched the scene. They didn't dare to make a sound, nor did they dare to leave without permission. There are 2 more spots. Quickly decide. Ning Qi lightly glanced at Zhao Zhuo and said, Chapter 2156. Chapter 2156. Chapter 2156. A new situation. Senior Beixian, one of the spots is mine. As for the other, Zhao suddenly spoke. When Zhao Yu and the others heard this, their expressions immediately became incomparably ugly. They all looked at Zhao Zhuo with strange expressions. Zhao Zhuo was already so old, and he wanted to take one of the spots himself? Ning Qi looked at Zhao Zhuo with a faint smile, and then nodded slightly. Zhao Zhuo heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. The other spot will be given to the chief steward. It's decided. Zhao Zhuo looked at the people of the Zhao mansion and said. The chief steward was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhao Zhuo in disbelief, his eyes filled with gratitude. Although Zhao Zhuo's wives were dissatisfied, Zhao Zhuo was the head of the family after all. Since he had spoken, they had no reason to refute. However, Zhao Yu, his brothers, and the younger disciples of the Zhao mansion were indignant. They glared at Zhao Zhuo angrily. Big brother, you can't do this. This opportunity is for the young. Dr. Ding, Zhao Rua, Shaoli, which one of them isn't young? You and the great elder are already half a foot in the grave. How can you take this opportunity from the young? I suggest you give the spot to the young generation. Zhao Yu said. As soon as he spoke, the other brothers naturally followed suit. The younger generation looked at Ning Qi expectantly, hoping that Ning Qi would choose two of them. Normally, Zhao Yu would not dare to oppose Zhao Zhuo so blatantly even if he had 10 guts. However, today was different. This opportunity represented a great opportunity. The one who obtained the spot might become a true element realm master like Zhao Ruo and the other two. It was like ascending to the heavens in a single step. Big brother, Zhao Ruo and Xiao Li are both your people. They have already taken 2 spots. How can you take the remaining spots as well? Zhao Zhuo's third brother said sarcastically. Senior Beixian, I'm sorry. Zhao Zhuo looked at Ning Qi embarrassedly, then turned around and glanced at Zhao Yu and the others. Are you the head of the family, or am I? Since you're not speaking, does that mean you know what to do? Since you know what to do, why do you have to do this? Go back. Zhao Zhuo harumphed coldly. Usually he had accumulated too much power, so when Zhao Yu and the others saw that he was angry, they immediately felt a little scared. They could only reluctantly look at Ning Qi, then turned around and returned to the Zhao mansion. But halfway through, Zhao Yu turned back. Zhao Zhuo looked at Zhao Yu coldly. What about them? Zhao Yu pointed at Huang Beixian's group, his eyes filled with killing intent. Huang Batian and the others cursed in their hearts. They didn't expect the second master of the Zhao residence to be so bold. He even dared to point out their names. Senior Beixian, what do you think? Zhao Zhuo looked at Ning Qi and asked respectfully. How Patriarch Zhao plans to deal with it is up to you. There's no need to ask me. Just let Ding Feng and Little Li handle it. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Everyone suddenly discovered that after he finished speaking, Ning Qi's figure had already disappeared. As for how he disappeared, no one saw it clearly. This caused all the cultivators present to suck in a breath of cold air. They felt that Ning Qi was even more unfathomable. Farewell, Zhao Zhuo. Huang Batian snorted coldly, cupped his hands, and turned to leave. Zhao Zhuo looked at Huang Beixian's back, and his lips moved. In the end, he didn't say anything. Huang Beixian's background was very strong, and Zhao Zhuo still had some fear in his heart. Patriarch Zhao, we will take our leave. Long Qinyin and the others smiled insincerely and cupped their hands, preparing to leave as well. In the end, just as they turned around, they heard Zhao Zhuo's faint laughter from behind. The 3 of you don't have to leave so quickly. I still have something to tell the 3 of you. Go back today and tidy up the family's business. Tomorrow, I will send the Zhao residence's disciples to take over. Patriarch Zhao, what do you mean by this? The 3 of them trembled. Then they turned to look at Zhao Zhuo in disbelief. At the same time, there was a trace of anger in their eyes. What do I mean? The 3 of you are all grown up. Don't tell me you don't understand. Didn't the 3 of you come to my Zhao residence today to laugh at my Zhao residence? Didn't you want to wait for my Zhao residence to be destroyed by the Hidden Cloud sect to divide my Zhao residence's business? Fortunately, my Zhao residence is blessed by the heavens. I have to disappoint the 3 of you. Zhao Zhuo laughed lightly. As he spoke to this point, his voice became even colder. So, when the three of you go back today, you must tidy up your business. If my Zhao Residence's disciples don't receive your business on the second day, then it isn't them who came, but... Ding Feng stepped forward at the right time and coldly looked at Long Qinyan and the others. The three of them jumped in fright and subconsciously retreated. After all, the other party was a true essence realm expert. Although he couldn't defeat Su Dingtian, Long Qinyan and the others knew that if Ding Feng wanted to kill them, it would be a very simple matter. But could it be that the businesses of their three families, which had lasted for hundreds of years, were going to be handed over just like that? The three of them originally planned to let Huang Batian stand up for them, but Huang Batian was the first to slip away. Considering the current situation of the Zhao residence, Huang Batian would only protect himself and might not stand up for them. Thinking up to this point, Long Qinyan sighed in his heart and nodded. I understand Patriarch Zhao's intention. Don't worry. Patriarch Zhao will send someone to take over the businesses of the 100 Mountain City tomorrow. Fortunately, the Long family had a few branches, as long as they could preserve their strength. Even if they couldn't keep their original businesses, they could retreat to the places where the branches were and continue to hide. One day they would rise again. When Shangguan Modi and Nangong Cheng saw that Long Qinyan had spoken, they glanced at each other and nodded disappointedly. Seeing this, Zhao Zhuo let the three of them leave with a smile. The surrounding cultivators watched the scene in silence. After the three of them left, they looked at Zhao Zhuo in awe. From today onward, the Zhao residence would become the strongest force in the 100 Mountain City, or even the entire Shui Prefecture. However, if Huang Batian let his daughter stand up for them, perhaps it would be a different story. There were many experts in the Tianlong Royal Palace, and there were no less than 18 Xiantian realm cultivators. Soon, when the gate of the Zhao residence was slammed shut, the surrounding cultivators finally dispersed. The smelly flesh on the ground was proof of the intense battle that had taken place here. The next day, Zhao Zhuo successfully took over the businesses of the three families. The famous Long family, Shangguan family, and Nangong family of 100 Mountain City had all disappeared. Long Qinyan and the other two patriarchs left 100 Mountain City with their clansmen and retreated to a more remote place. Chapter 2157. Chapter 2157. Chapter 2157. To turn and walk away. The head chief has ordered that anyone who approaches the courtyard without permission, regardless of whether they are servants or disciples of the Zhao mansion, will be punished according to the family law. Let's not go over there. A disciple of the Zhao clan looked at the courtyard in the distance with anticipation. Then he looked at the others hesitantly. Didn't you notice that the aura of the patriarch and the head chief have undergone a tremendous change? They might have already become true element boundary masters. Senior Bei Xian is our chance. If we don't go, will you and I be satisfied? A Zhao mansion disciple said in a low voice. Another person nodded and said, This opportunity should belong to us, the younger generation. Even Xiao Li and Dr. Ding have reached the true element realm. Our aptitudes are not any lower than theirs. Senior Bei Xian might accept us as his disciples. If that's the case, it'll be like reaching the sky in a single bound. All right then, let's go. What are you doing here? An indifferent voice rang out from behind them. The disciples of the Zhao clan turned around, and a look of fear immediately appeared on their faces. They clasped their hands together and said, Greetings, head supervisor. The chief steward looked at them calmly and said, Didn't I tell you not to disturb Senior Bei Xian without permission? You are breaking the rules knowingly. How should you be punished? Head chief, we can't accept this. A Zhao mansion disciple raised his head and looked at the head chief steward. His eyes were filled with determination, as if he would rather be punished than give it a try. Seeing this, the chief sighed. There will always be a chance, but not now. Do you understand? Go back. The few of them looked at each other and finally turned to leave. The head chief quickly walked to the courtyard and asked in a low voice, "Is Senior Beishian here?" The door opened slowly. The chief steward quickly stepped forward when he saw Ding Feng. "Dr. Ding, I've received news that Huang Batian has sent a message back to the palace. I heard that a qi-controlling realm overlord will come to the Zhao mansion. Should we ask Senior Beishian to help us?" "Senior Beishian isn't here right now, but he's only at the qi-controlling realm." Ding Feng smiled. The chief was slightly stunned and looked at Ding Feng in disbelief. Could it be that Dr. Ding had made another breakthrough in just 1 month? "Dr. Ding, have you already—" "Not bad." Ding Feng thrust out his palm, and true essence wildly surged out from his palm. This true essence fell onto a large tree not too far away, and that tree directly snapped in half. Seeing this, the head chief was shocked. Only martial artists in the qi-controlling realm were capable of such a long-distance attack. First Miss and Miss Xiao Li also broke through a few days ago. Ding Feng nodded with a smile. There was a hint of envy in the chief steward's eyes. Some time ago, with Ning Qi's help, he had directly broken through to the second stage of the true element realm. At the same time, his aptitude for cultivation had also undergone earth-shaking changes. In recent days, he already had a hunch that he would break through to the third stage of the true element realm. Originally, he thought that in another 5 or 6 years, he would be able to break through to the qi-controlling realm. Just when he was feeling happy about this, he did not expect Ding Feng's cultivation speed to be so much faster than his. The Hidden Cloud sect was really destroyed. On the mountain path, 2 figures were rushing forward. Their speed was much faster than the fastest horse in the Sky Dragon Nation. The news came from Concubine Qing's father, so it shouldn't be wrong. What a pity! The Hidden Cloud sect has a heritage of more than 1,300 years. At its peak, it was not weaker than the Sky Dragon sect that you and I belong to. Such a sect was unexpectedly destroyed by a merchant family in a remote city. I think that dead old ancestor of the Hidden Cloud sect would not have thought that the Hidden Cloud sect would end up like this. The Hidden Cloud sect has existed for more than 1,300 years, so it is normal for it to be destroyed. How can it compare to my Sky Dragon sect, which has a heritage of more than 3,000 years and is still at its peak? Even the monarch would treat our sect master as an equal. This time, for Concubine Qing's sake, let's go and see who the Zhao mansion invited back. If they don't have any background, we will kill them directly to give Concubine Qing some face. Now that she has become the monarch's perfect cauldron, it won't take long for her to break through to the innate realm. TSK, to be able to break through to the innate realm before the age of 50, it is really enviable. What is there to be envious about? Normal innate realm warriors can live for more than 200 years, but with Concubine Qing's situation, if she can't break through to the Grandmaster realm in another 40 to 50 years, her lifespan will be exhausted and she will die. After all, the dual cultivation technique can steal the fortune of heaven and earth. Never mind, let's not talk about this. In another 7 or 8 days, we will reach 100 Mountain City. I am really curious. There are only so many controlling Qi realm warriors in the Sky Dragon Nation. Maybe it is someone we know. Won't we know when we see it? This is it. 2 slender, middle-aged men stood at the gate of the Zhao mansion. They looked at each other, and then one of them went up and knocked on the gate. After about 3 or 5 breaths, the gate opened slowly. The guard looked at the 2 coldly and said, "Who are you?" "Tell Zhao Zhua that the Sky Dragon sect is here." One of the middle-aged men said with a faint smile. The guard from the Zhao mansion was stunned. Then a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Someone from the Heavenly Dragon sect? The Sky Dragon sect was the national sect of the Sky Dragon Nation. It was said that the founder of the Sky Dragon Emperor and the leader of the Sky Dragon sect were good friends. They worked together to conquer the vast Sky Dragon nation and killed countless enemies. It was also from then on that the best friend of the Sky Dragon Emperor founded the Sky Dragon sect because he didn't like the power of the secular world. It had been more than 3,000 years since then, and it had never declined. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. The leader of the Sky Dragon sect was said to be a level 10 innate realm warrior, only half a step away from the Grandmaster realm. How could a martial artist from such a sect come to the Zhao Mansion? What are you waiting for? A faint aura of the controlling Qi realm came from the middle-aged martial artist. The guard of the Zhao Mansion was only a level 1 bone forging realm warrior. As soon as he was swept by this aura, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body was cold, and he couldn't help but shiver. The two middle-aged martial artists looked at each other and saw the ridicule in each other's eyes. If the guards were like this, it meant that the Zhao Mansion's foundation was really trash. Two seniors, please come in. The guard took a deep breath, then quickly stepped aside and invited the two people in. He led them directly to the courtyard where Zhao Zhuo was. In the end, when they were halfway there, they saw a few silhouettes flying over from the sky. These people attacked each other. Every move was aimed at a vital point. They did not hold back at all. When the two middle-aged warriors from the Heavenly Dragon sect saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately turned to leave. 3 controlling Qi realm warriors. How can there be 3 controlling Qi realm warriors in such a desolate place? It seems that there is something strange about the Zhao Mansion. We should hurry back to the capital and report this. Chapter 2158. Who are those two? Ding Feng, Xiao Li, and Zhao Rua landed on the ground at the same time and asked the guard. When the guard saw the 3 of them, he quickly revealed a respectful expression. Reporting to First Miss, Dr. Ding, Lady Xiao Li, those 2 claim to be experts from the Sky Dragon sect and want to see Master. However, I don't know why. The guard looked at the back of the 2 people who were in a hurry and revealed a trace of doubt in his eyes. Sky Dragon sect? The 3 of them looked at each other, and there was a hint of understanding in their eyes. During this time, they increasingly felt that Ning Qi was omnipotent. He casually took out an elixir and let them break through to the Qi-controlling realm. Such means even the existence of the Master Realm may not be able to do. Because of this, the 3 knew that Ning Qi would definitely be able to do what he promised Zhao Rua. For this goal, the 3 had crammed all the detailed information about all the forces in Sky Dragon country. Among them, the Sky Dragon sect was the most important. If they wanted to become the #1 family in Sky Dragon country, they had to be there. After the Sky Dragon sect. Why would the Sky Dragon sect come to our Zhao residence for no reason? Xiao Li asked in a low voice. Could it be because of the Hidden Cloud sect? Ding Feng suddenly looked up. Zhao Rua shook her head. The Hidden Cloud sect has nothing to do with the Sky Dragon sect. The Sky Dragon sect would not send 2 Qi controlling realm experts just because the Hidden Cloud sect was destroyed. At first glance, the 3 could tell the cultivation of the 2 middle-aged martial artists. After all, they were all Qi controlling realm experts, and they could more or less sense each other. Then why? Ding Feng and Xiao Li looked at Zhao Rua. Did you forget that there is a Huang family in 100 Mountain City? Zhao Rua said indifferently. Eldest Miss, you are saying that old fellow Huang Batian asked his daughter to find help to deal with our Zhao residents? A cold light flashed in Xiao Li's eyes. She seemed to want to kill her way to the Huang family and take Huang Baishan's head. Some time ago, when she destroyed the Hidden Cloud sect, her murderous nature had gradually grown. We can't be sure. Those 2 must have been scared away when they saw us. If they want to deal with our Zhao residents, they will probably send stronger experts. Zhao Rua smiled faintly. Ding Feng smiled. No matter how strong they can't be as strong as Senior Baishan. Xiao Li nodded and agreed with Ding Feng's opinion. She simply regarded Ning Qi as an immortal. She believed that Ning Qi's serious injuries were just a disguise. It was just like the stories in ancient operas where immortals descended to the world and used various means to test mortals. Eldest Miss, should we inform Old Master about this news? Xiaoli asked. Go and make a trip. Let Father make preparations. It would be best if you can call back all the direct disciples of the Zhao mansion who are outside. Zhao Ruan nodded her head as a trace of seriousness appeared in her eyes. She was actually quite shocked. She had never thought that the Zhao clan would be facing the strongest sect in Tianlong so soon. It still doesn't work. Ning Qi sighed and put away the astrolabe in his hand. He first tried to sense Fengsuan Mountain, but there was no movement. This meant that this world was very, very far away from the central continent. Then he used his divine will to explore the astrolabe. No matter how hard he tried, he could not find the location of the central continent. Only the line leading to the continent of the immortals was lit. He originally wanted to go to the continent of the immortals, but he wanted to wait for his child to be born and watch him grow up before leaving the central continent to go to the continent of the immortals. Now, it seemed that because of the Jiang family disciple, he might not be able to see his child being born or even growing up, an adult. Thinking of this, Ning Qi could not help but clench his fists tightly. The void in his hand was almost crushed by him. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only go to the continent of the immortals. His current cultivation level was locked by the system. Before going to the continent of the immortals, he could not break through to the continent of the immortals. The Jiang family and those similar marks. Could it be a family similar to the Jiang family? If that's the case, perhaps the Jiang family will not be my only enemy. Now that a mere Jiang family disciple has made me so powerless, there must be someone stronger in this family. I have to work harder. Whether it was everything that had happened in the Netherworld River Divine Palace or the appearance of the Jiang family disciple, Ning Qi felt a faint sense of danger. It seemed that as his strength increased, more and more mysterious and terrifying existences would appear in front of him. Ning Qi did not know whether this was a coincidence or not. He only knew that before going to the continent of the immortals, the only way he could strengthen himself was to cultivate the imprisonment dragon elephant art and the 9 inner hidden gates. Let's see what I can buy to increase my cultivation with more than 1,000,000 Dragon Slayer crystals. Ning Qi's mind was immersed in the Dragon Slayer Mall. Ever since his cultivation was strong enough to crush the strongest existences in the world, Ning Qi rarely went to the Dragon Slayer Mall. First, it was because there was no need. Second, the items in the Dragon Slayer Mall were extremely expensive. It was better to keep the Dragon Slayer crystals as a backup. More importantly, he could return to Minuscule Mountain in an instant. However, even the system could not sense the existence of Minuscule Mountain. Having the Dragon Slayer crystals was useless. It was better to see what he could exchange from the system to increase his physical strength. System, search for options related to physical strength. 500 Dragon Slayer crystals will be deducted from the host. Now, based on the host's purchasing ability, the following 3 options related to physical strength have been selected for the host. Heart Questioning Mantra, a 3rd-rank mystical ability of the immortals. If the host can pass the 3 bridges of self-questioning, the host's physical strength will be multiplied 1-time use. If the host cannot pass the 3 bridges of self-questioning, the host's physical strength will be doubled. Ancient Immortal Incense Body Tempering Art. By gathering all kinds of incense power, the host can use it to temper the body. 9 transformations, Golden Pill. Consuming it can increase the host's physical strength by 10% to 30%. The prices of these 3 options ranged from 900,000 Dragon Slayer crystals to 1,000,000 Dragon Slayer crystals. A mere search has deducted 500 Dragon Slayer crystals from me. You've really mastered the art of stealing from others. Ning Qi teased. Then, with a solemn expression, he looked at the 3 options retrieved by the system and compared them. The first option had a huge element of uncertainty. Ning Qi did not really understand what the 3 bridges of self-questioning was. He only knew that if he failed, his physical strength would be doubled. The third option was very simple. It was just a medicinal pill. If he was lucky, it would increase his strength by 30%. If he was unlucky, it would increase his strength by 10%. It was stable, but the benefits were not great. As for the second option, Ning Qi studied it carefully. He realized that this ancient, immortal incense body tempering art seemed to have no limits. He could continue cultivating it as long as he had enough incense. Chapter 2159. Incense is condensed by the faith of tens of thousands of living beings. It can't be seen with the naked eye, and can't be sensed with divine will. It's illusory, but it truly exists. Ning Qi carefully looked through the information about the ancient immortal incense body tempering technique. He even spent some dragon-slaying crystals to obtain some of the experiences of predecessors cultivating the ancient immortal incense body tempering technique. There was an ancestor whose incense inheritance went from billions of living beings at the beginning to trillions of living beings 10,000 years later, and even countless living beings after an era. Relying on these incense, this ancestor broke through to an extremely terrifying level. Even if he was not invincible in this world, at least he would not die because of fighting. In the end, this ancestor died because of fighting. In the end, this ancestor died because the living beings who believed in him were all annihilated in a great catastrophe. His incense was cut off, and his lifespan, which was integrated with the incense, was also exhausted. The stronger the believer, the stronger the incense. The believers under that ancestor were probably no weaker than the disciples of the Jiang family, but they were all annihilated in one fell swoop. It seems that even if I walk this path, I can't let others know, or I can't focus on the ancient immortal incense body tempering technique. As a support-type cultivation technique, it's pretty good. In this way, this technique has its advantages and disadvantages. In the short term, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, but in the long term, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. It's like putting a butcher's knife on my neck. If the enemy finds out the butcher's knife can fall at any time, system, exchange for the ancient immortal incense body tempering technique. Ning Qi's mind moved, and in the next moment, his dragon-slaying crystals were deducted by 1 million from the system. Immediately after, a special cultivation method's mnemonic chant surged into his mind. Ning Qi sat down cross-legged and cultivated according to the mnemonic chant. It took him a full 15 years to condense a single point between his brows. It was a very small idol the size of a grain of rice. Although it was called an idol, it looked exactly like Ning Qi, but the clothes it wore were a bit strange. Ning Qi was sure that in his memory, he had never worn such clothes. The idol gave off an extremely dignified, solemn feeling. Just as the idol condensed, countless rays of light cut through the void and landed on it. These rays of light were densely packed, but Ning Qi instantly sensed that there were about 30 billion of them. These lights were probably the Joss flames condensed by the cultivators who believed in Ning Qi. Moreover, Ning Qi could subconsciously sense the distance of these lights. Apart from 5 of them, the rest of the lights gave off a very distant feeling. They should be from the central continent. However, there were more than 1 trillion living beings in the central continent, but there were only about 30 billion incense sticks. Based on the cultivation experience of this ancestor, it should be that the strength of many of the believers had not reached the level where they could condense the power of incense. As for the 5 incense sticks that were very close, Ning Qi had already guessed who they were. With the addition of 30 billion incense sticks, the god statue between Ning Qi's eyebrows continued to absorb the power from the 30 billion incense sticks. It seemed to grow larger. Ning Qi could clearly feel that even if he wasn't cultivating, his physical strength was still slowly increasing. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than 100 years for the statue to reach the size of 2 grains of rice. By then, Ning Qi's physical strength would double. Wait a moment. Why do these statues feel so familiar? Ning Qi was slightly startled. He carefully looked at his own statue again, and then his eyes revealed a trace of shock. The aura of the statue between his eyebrows was 80 to 90% similar to the statues he had seen in the Styx Palace. If the two were the same, it meant that the owners of those statues might have cultivated the same cultivation method as Ning Qi, the ancient immortal incense body tempering technique. Thinking about the size of those statues and then looking at his own statue that was the size of a grain of rice, Ning Qi suddenly felt that he still had a long way to go. The faith of 30 billion living beings was only this big. How much faith did he have to obtain to become a statue that was 10 or even 100 feet tall? Ning Qi smiled and didn't think about these things that were too far away. He looked at the statue again and confirmed his current state. Finally, he was sure that he had successfully cultivated the ancient immortal incense body tempering technique. Next, he didn't need to sit cross-legged and cultivate like other cultivation methods. He just needed to develop his faith and obtain enough faith to supply the statue and himself. There are about 400 to 500 billion mortals on this planet. Although the highest cultivation realm is only at the 5th level of qi refining, if I can leave behind a cultivation method that helps them break through to the Dando realm or even the eternal life realm in the future, turning this place into an existence similar to the Azure Dragon continent, the faith I can obtain might be even more than in the central continent. Perhaps even more than in the central continent. When these believers have their own descendants and develop their own families, the number of worshippers will increase exponentially. It's like planting a seed. Sooner or later, as long as it's not destroyed halfway, it will eventually grow into a towering tree. Ning Qi faintly pondered. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity. When he was in the central continent, he didn't deliberately develop in this direction, and he didn't know about the ancient immortal incense body tempering technique. Otherwise, Ning Qi was confident that he could develop more than 1 trillion believers in the central continent. That was his current physical strength. If this was combined with the 9 inner hidden gates, then perhaps his strength would reach the level of a Middle-earth demon master. The Tianlong Kingdom was one of the 7 kingdoms under the Tian Su dynasty. It was ranked in the middle, not at the top, but not at the bottom either. This was because the Tianlong Kingdom had a sect that had been passed down since the founding of the kingdom, the Tianlong sect. The current leader of the Sky Dragon sect, Dugu Shan, and the king of Sky Dragon country called each other brothers. He was already a level 10 Xiantian realm expert and was only half a step away from becoming a grandmaster. He was recognized as the strongest expert in Sky Dragon country. There was no other level 10 Xiantian realm expert. It was because of Dugu Shan that Sky Dragon country could maintain its current status. Among the 3 countries that were ranked lower than Sky Dragon country, the strongest existence was only a level 9 Xiantian realm expert. Even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be a match for Dugu Shan. Elders, why are you in such a hurry? The 2 Qi-controlling realm experts who had just left the 100 Mountain City and returned to the Sky Dragon sect were stopped by a young warrior with a faint smile on his face. Seeing this, the 2 immediately showed a trace of respect. They cupped their hands and said in a low voice, "Qi Fei and Wu Zhong Greek Crown Prince Qian." "Elder Qi Fei, Elder Wu Zhong, no need to be so polite. Since I have been cultivating in the Sky Dragon sect, I am not the Crown Prince, but an ordinary disciple of the Sky Dragon sect." Qianlong smiled lightly. Chapter 2160. 3 Masters of the Qi-controlling realm, 100 Mountain Cities, Zhao Mansion? Qianlong frowned slightly, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. A face appeared in his mind. The 100 Mountain City is that person's hometown, right? In his impression, that was a very remote place belonging to Sishui Commandery. The most powerful force in Sishui Commandery was just Cloud, which had declined a long time ago. The hidden sect and the other sects only had a dozen true essence realm experts. Normally, they wouldn't enter Qianlong's line of sight. However, after he heard from Qi Fei and Wu Zhong about what he had seen and heard, Qianlong had an idea and felt that he had to make a trip there personally. He wanted to confirm whether the Zhao mansion had been hiding their strength from the very beginning, or whether they had some kind of fortuitous encounter that allowed the Zhao mansion to have 3 more qi-controlling realm experts. "I'll accompany you too," Qianlong said with a smile. Qi Fei and Wu Zhong were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at Qianlong awkwardly. Although Qianlong's status was extraordinary and his aptitude for martial arts was top-notch, he had already broken through to the true energy realm when he was 13 years old. Now he was only 20 years old and was already in the 10th order of the true energy realm, only half a step away from the qi-controlling realm. There were even rumors that said that with Qianlong's aptitude, he might even be able to break through to the evolved Jing realm in the future. If he succeeded, there would be a new dynasty in this world. However, no matter how strong his aptitude was and how high his status was, it was useless in the current situation. The two planned to go back to the sect and ask a few old friends in the qi-controlling realm to go with them to the Zhao mansion in Baishan City to find out what was going on. They brought along a cultivator in the true energy realm who had a very high status. If anything went wrong, the 2 of them would get 10 pills. Not even enough heads to chop off. Qianlong seemed to have sensed their intentions. He smiled and nodded at the air to his right. Immediately after, a silhouette appeared before Qi Fei and Wu Zhong. The 2 of them were startled, and a look of shock appeared in their eyes. What kind of existence could hide from them? And from such a close distance? The answer seemed to be on the verge of appearing. A greater heaven stage expert. And it was a woman. Could it be the palace master of Falling Flower Palace, who is known as the #1 assassination empress in Sky Dragon Country? The emperor actually sent her to protect the crown prince. Qi Fei and Wu Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air when they thought of this. "Elders, this is Palace Lord Hua," said a middle-aged man. Qianlong introduced with a smile. "Greetings, Palace Master Hua." The 2 of them hastily bowed. Although Hua Yuding was only at the first level of the Xiantian realm and ranked at the bottom of the top 10 Xiantian experts in the country of Sky Dragon, even those who were stronger than her didn't want to provoke her. Only their heavenly dragon sect master, Dugashan, and those who were weaker than Dugashan. The few of them were not afraid of her. "The 2 of you with Palace Master Hua here, there's no need to fear the Zhao mansion, right?" Qianlong smiled. The 2 of them quickly nodded. Master Beixian, Ding Feng, Zhao Ruo, and Xiao Li were practicing their swordsmanship in the yard. Their cultivation realm had improved again. Except for Ding Feng, Zhao Ruo, and Xiao Li were already in the 3rd tier of the qi-controlling realm. Such a cultivation speed was so shocking that even they could not believe it. Their respect for Ning Qi grew. Fearlessness. The 3 of them were no longer surprised to see Ning Qi. Even if the room was empty a moment ago, it would not be strange for Ning Qi to appear in the next moment. After the 3 of them went up to greet him, Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "Call everyone in the Zhao mansion here." Everyone. Ding Feng and the other 2 were stunned. Zhao Ruo was slightly taken aback. She said in surprise, "Master Beixian, you mean everyone in the Zhao mansion? Including the servants?" "That's right." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Zhao Ruo seemed to have guessed something. A trace of shock appeared in her eyes. After the shock, she was overjoyed. "Xiao Li, go and inform them." Zhao Ruo said to Xiao Li. Xiao Li hurriedly nodded before leaping up and vanishing from everyone's field of vision. In next to no time, numerous figures gathered ceaselessly at the entrance of the small courtyard. Everyone had a trace of bewilderment and uncertainty on their faces, and at the same time, they also carried some anticipation. The disciples of Zhao Ruo's generation had already begun to guess the reason why Ning Qi called them here. After thinking about it, they all thought that perhaps their opportunity was coming. Otherwise, there was no need for someone like Ning Qi to call them here. "Do you guys think Master Beixian is going to teach us martial arts?" "It's possible, but Miss Xiao Li said that even the servants of the Zhao mansion will be here." I don't think it's possible. Even the servants can't be the same as us, right? That's true. Everyone was a little disappointed. The servants were even more dumbfounded. However, they also had a trace of anticipation in their hearts. As servants of the Zhao mansion, they had witnessed Ning Qi's methods during this period. In their hearts, they had already regarded Ning Qi as one of those innate realm experts. Soon, Zhao Yu and the others arrived one after another. Big brother, what's going on? Master Bei Xian suddenly called us here. Does he have something important to announce? Zhao Yu asked impatiently. Zhao was said indifferently, be quiet. Master Bei Xian will give us instructions later. His voice was neither loud nor soft. It was just enough to be heard by everyone in the Zhao mansion. Soon, some of the whispers died down. Hundreds of people from the Zhao mansion stood quietly at the entrance of the courtyard, their eyes filled with anticipation. Not long after, Ning Qi brought Zhao Ruo and Ding Feng out of the courtyard. When everyone saw this, they immediately became nervous. Reverence, excitement, anticipation, all sorts of gazes landed on Ning Qi at almost the same time. 300 people? That's good too. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Ning Qi's gaze swept across the crowd as he muttered to himself with a faint smile. No one understood what Ning Qi was saying. Before they had time to think, they suddenly felt a cool aura rush into their bodies. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching pain assaulted them. Miserable howls sounded out almost at the same time. Even places far away from the Zhao mansion could hear the miserable howls. They stopped in their tracks in bewilderment and looked over at the Zhao mansion. What's going on at the Zhao mansion? Why are they screaming so miserably? It seems like there's more than one person. Could it be that an enemy has come to find them? The Zhao mansion could even destroy the Hidden Cloud sect. How could they have an enemy stronger than the Hidden Cloud sect? Then what's going on? Chapter 2161. My strength! One of the Zhao mansion juniors subconsciously pressed his hand against the ground, and his palm sank several inches deep into the ground. Although the floor was not made of limestone, it was not made of sand either. Normally, if one wanted to create such an effect, one would probably have to use all one's strength. This scene caused the Zhao mansion disciple to be somewhat dumbfounded. Master, Zhao's wives looked at each other in shock. They were both ashamed and angry. How could Senior Bei Xian turn themselves into such a state in the blink of an eye? The layer of mud on their bodies was unbearable. They had always placed great importance on their appearance. So how could they bear to suddenly become like this? But Zhao was cold. He quietly shook off the mud on his body and then bowed to Ning Qi. The chief steward followed closely behind. This wasn't the first time Ning Qi had cleansed their marrow. Now that there was mud on their bodies again, it meant that Ning Qi had cleansed their marrow again. They could feel the surging true yuan in their bodies. This seemed to be the strength of the true yuan of the Qi controlling realm. This strength. The Zhao brothers looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. They were originally only at the 5th stage of the bone forging realm, but now they found that the strength in their bodies had skyrocketed countless times. There was a very rich true yuan flowing through their bodies. How could this be bone forging realm martial artists? They had clearly become true energy realm martial artists. Master, what is this mud on our bodies? There are so many juniors and servants here. How are we going to face others in the future? Zhao's second wife glanced at Ning Qi and said in a low voice with some anger, "Shut up. Haven't you noticed that there's something in your body?" Zhao's eyes flashed with anger. This woman was too stupid. After Zhao said this, the first wife and the second wife hurriedly sensed their bodies and then looked at Zhao, dumbfounded. Then they looked at Ning Qi, their eyes filled with shock. From beginning to end, they weren't martial artists, so they weren't like the other Zhao Mansion juniors who could immediately sense the changes in their bodies. Now that Zhao Zhuo had reminded them, they had indeed discovered that there was something in their bodies. No matter how ignorant they were, they could still vaguely guess what it was. Martial artists. We actually became martial artists. First Madame and the others were still in disbelief. They felt as if they were dreaming. It was only when everyone in the Zhao manor stood up and shook off the dirt on their bodies, revealing their extraordinary auras, that the madams finally believed what they were seeing. Hundreds of true element realm martial artists and several qi controlling realm martial artists stood together quietly at this moment. Their auras blended with each other. This aura was several times stronger than when Su Dingtian brought hundreds of Hidden Cloud sect knights to 100 Mountain City. We're not dreaming, right? Could the energy flowing in my body be the legendary true essence? It is indeed true, Yuan. I can feel it too. Have we become true element boundary cultivators? What was going on? That heart-wrenching pain just now was too unbearable. But after this pain, if I can become a true element boundary cultivator, I hope I can experience this pain 100 more times. No, 1,000 times. Brothers, I finally know how Dr. Ding became a true element boundary martial artist. Senior Bei Xian's methods are truly divine. I didn't think that I, who was originally a third-stage bone forging realm martial artist, would become a true element boundary martial artist in the blink of an eye. Could this be the method of an immortal? A large group of Zhao Manor disciples looked at each other in surprise. Then they looked at Ding Feng and the other two, but they still couldn't see through their cultivation. This shocked them, and they guessed that during this period of time, Ding Feng, Zhao Rua, and Xiao Li's cultivation had skyrocketed with Ning Qi's help. As expected of Senior Bei Xian, in the blink of an eye, our Zhao Manor gained hundreds of true element boundary martial artists. Who in Sishui County can resist such a force? If this news were to spread, the entire Sky Dragon Nation would be shocked. However, compared to those forces with Xiantian realm martial artists, we are still a little lacking. Ding Feng sighed. Zhao Rua's eyes revealed a look of joy. At this moment, the Zhao Manor's strength had greatly increased. Although there was still a big gap between them and the number one force in Sky Dragon Nation. In Sky Dragon Nation, they were definitely not a third-rate force. At the very least, they were between second-rate and first-rate. I will teach you a set of cultivation technique. Go back and practice it well to consolidate your current cultivation. Ning Qi smiled lightly. As soon as his voice fell, the hundreds of people in front of him suddenly felt a chill in their minds. Then a set of cultivation technique appeared in their minds. Even Zhao Zhuo, who was experienced and knowledgeable, had never heard of this kind of cultivation technique. His mouth was slightly open, and he looked at Ning Qi with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. After about 5 breaths of time, everyone finally reacted, including Zhao Yu, who had always been dissatisfied with Ning Qi. They all looked at Ning Qi with respect and awe, as if they were looking at the statues of Buddha in the temples. More than 300 beams of golden light appeared in the god statue between Ning Qi's eyebrows. Compared to the original 30 billion, it was nothing. But as long as it grew, these 300 beams of incense would become 3,000, 30,000, and 300,000. The number of children and grandchildren would increase from generation to generation. As for the population of this world, if he turned them all into his followers, Ning Qi was confident that his physical strength would at least double in a short period of time. Ah, is this 100 Mountain City? Qianlong stood at the city gate with a faint smile. Hua Yuding stood beside Qianlong, looking very indifferent. There was a faint trace of disdain in the depths of her eyes as she looked at 100 Mountain City. Compared to her level, 100 Mountain City was a desolate place, and so was Shui Commandery. The strongest force, there was only a first or second order true element realm master. Any disciple of her Falling Flower Palace could easily wipe out all these true element realm masters in Shui Commandery, and it would be effortless. If Qi Fei and Wu Zhong hadn't told her that there were 3 Qi-controlling realm masters in a small merchant family in Hundred Mountain City, which made her a little curious, she might not have come here with Qianlong this time. You two, please lead the way, Qianlong said with a smile. Seeing this, Qi Fei and Wu Zhong nodded. Not long after, they led Qianlong and Hua Yuding to the gate of Zhao Mansion. They looked at each other, and finally Wu Zhong stepped forward and knocked on the gate. About 5 breaths later, the gate creaked open. A true element realm martial artist? The 4 people's expressions changed slightly. The person who opened the gate was wearing the clothes of a servant, but the aura he emitted surprised the 4 people. This was obviously a true element realm martial artist. According to the situation in Shui Prefecture, a martial artist at this level could already be a sect leader. Why was he guarding the gate here? Chapter 2162. It's you. Zhao Jiu recognized Qi Fei and Wu Zhong immediately. The last time they visited, they left without saying goodbye. Unlike the first time they met, Zhao Jiu was no longer that afraid of the Sky Dragon School's reputation. Even if the 2 of them were of a higher level than him, he was not afraid, because in the Zhao Mansion there were already 5 known Qi-controlling realm cultivators, not to mention Senior Beixian, who was always cultivating and rarely showed himself. It's you? How are you a true energy realm cultivator? Wu Zhong looked at Zhao Jiu with astonishment and disbelief. It had only been less than a month since he had last come to Hundred Mountain City. At that time, Zhao Jiu had been an ordinary person who hadn't even reached the bone forging stage. But now he actually possessed the aura of a true essence boundary cultivator? Haha, you 2 must be here to visit the family head. Please follow me. Oh, these 2 are. Zhao Jiu didn't answer Wu Zhong. Zhao Zhua had ordered that from now on, no one was allowed to leak information about the Zhao Mansion. Anyone who disobeyed would be expelled from the mansion. Zhao Jiu had finally become a true element boundary cultivator, and during this period of time, even if he was just a doorkeeper, he would still be happy. So how could he be so stupid? So he deliberately changed the topic, his eyes falling on Qianlong and Hua Munting, especially Hua Yuding. He could faintly feel the pressure this woman gave him. She was even stronger than Ding Feng and the others. This made Zhao Jiu a bit more suspicious. We're also here to visit the family head. Qianlong smiled. All right then. Please follow me. Zhao Jiu nodded and led the way. Prince Qian, this Zhao Mansion is not simple. The gatekeeper is already a true energy realm cultivator. The 3 Qi-controlling realm cultivators, Qi Fei and Wu Zhong, saw last time must be real. Hua Yuding transmitted her voice. Once one reached the Qi-controlling realm, they could transmit their voice. This was also one of the ways to identify experts. Yuding, even the Sky Dragon sect wouldn't need a true energy realm cultivator to guard the door. True energy realm cultivators were not rare in the country of Sky Dragon, but they were also the geniuses of the big sections. This guy doesn't seem to be very old, but he's already reached the true energy realm. This means his talent is extraordinary. The way I see it, this Zhao Mansion is truly not simple at all. Qianlong transmitted his voice with a smile. What's so special about it? It's just... A hint of disdain flashed across Hua Yuting's eyes. However, in the next moment, her expression froze. She stared in disbelief at the servants of the Zhao Mansion who were walking towards her. This was because the aura of these servants was the same as Zhao Jiu's, perhaps even stronger. All of them were true element boundary masters. Why were they all wearing servant clothes? Could it be that the Zhao Mansion already knew that they were coming? So they had a true element boundary master wear servants' clothes to deliberately show their strength? Thinking of this, Hua Yuding's eyes flashed with a cold light. True element boundary. Another true element boundary. Qi Fei and Wu Zhong glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Normally, true element boundary cultivators would not be worthy of their attention. But when they saw true element boundary masters dressed in servants' clothes over and over again, they felt a trace of suspicion towards the Zhao mansion. Can't feel the fear. Yuding, this Zhao mansion is indeed not simple. Qianlong's face turned serious. At this moment, a bright smile appeared on Zhao Jiu's face. He greeted the people in front of him, just as they were about to pass each other. All of you stop. Hua Yuding shouted coldly. The servants of the Zhao mansion were stunned for a moment. Then, they looked at Hua Yuding with unfriendly expressions. At the same time, they glanced at Zhao Jiu, as if they were asking about their origins. Miss, what do you want? The servants noticed that Hua Yuding's aura was extremely secretive and they could not see through it at all. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes as they asked cautiously. Stop pretending. Tell me who's in charge here. Ask him to come out. Hua Yuding said, coldly. Pretending? Pretending for what? The servants did not understand. Even Zhao Jiu did not understand. He looked at Hua Yuding in confusion. Miss, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand anything? Hee. You want a true element boundary master to wear servants' clothes, and you want to show our strength. Not a bad idea. Unfortunately, this trick is useless in front of me. Hua Yuding sneered. Zhao Jiu and the others looked at each other with a strange expression. At this moment, Zhao Yu's eldest son, Zhao Qingfeng, walked over with a dozen personal guards. Behind him were more than 20 servants. The aura of more than 40 true element boundary masters gathered together. Even a Qi controlling realm master would have to be wary. A Qi controlling boundary first stage cultivator could only face 7 or 8 true element boundary 10th stage cultivators at most. Facing more than 40 true element boundary cultivators was already an extremely terrifying force. Even a Qi controlling boundary cultivator would have to avoid them. Hua Yuding and the others immediately felt the aura. They looked at Zhao Qingfeng and their expressions all became a little strange. These are all true element boundary masters. Qi Fei looked at the guard servants and Zhao Qingfeng and could not help but exclaim. Qianlong's expression became more and more dignified. In a place like Sishui County, there were only a dozen true element boundary masters. Suddenly, there were more than 40 true element boundary masters in the same mansion. It was unbelievable. Zhao Jiu, what's going on? Who are these people? Zhao Qingfeng walked in front of the crowd and glanced at Qi Fei and the others. He was a little shocked in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He couldn't see through the cultivation of these 4 people, which meant that they were much stronger than him, and he was now a 5th-order true element boundary master. In the past, there hadn't been a single person like him in Si Shui Commandery. Young Master Qingfeng. These 2 are experts from the Sky Dragon sect. They are here to pay a visit to the Patriarch. As for these 2, I do not know. Zhao Jiu quickly cupped his hands and said, Oh, so they are experts from the Sky Dragon sect. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He did not show the shock and fear that normal cultivators would show when they heard of the Sky Dragon sect. Hua Yuding's gaze fell on the guards and servants behind Zhao Qingfeng. Her expression became more and more strange. She had thought that Zhao Jiu and the others were deliberately arranged by the Patriarch to show their strength. But now there were suddenly more than a dozen true element boundary masters, and they were all wearing the same uniform of guards and servants. Because of this, Hua Yuding could not see through the Zhao mansion. The trace of contempt in her heart was gradually restrained. Everyone, don't just stand here. Since you want to see my uncle, come with me. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. Seeing this, Zhao Jiu respectfully turned around and left. Then I will have to trouble young Master Qingfeng, Qianlong said with a smile. Soon, under Zhao Qingfeng's lead, the four walked through a long corridor and saw many disciples and servants of the Zhao mansion. When they discovered that they were all true element boundary masters, the shock in their hearts could not be concealed. Chapter 2163. Zhao Qingfeng entered the courtyard. Hua Yuding and Qianlong looked at each other, then silently looked at the two guards at the entrance. They were young, but they also exuded the aura of the true energy realm. From beginning to end, the two of them had never seen anyone below the true energy realm in the Zhao mansion. Bone forging realm. No, not even ordinary people. There are at least 70 or 80 true energy realm martial artists here, Wu Zhong said in a low voice. Even our Sky Dragon sect only has this many true energy realm martial artists, right? Qi Fei revealed a look of amazement, still somewhat unable to believe it. The Heavenly Dragon sect had existed for so many years, and they had over 1,000 bone forging realm martial artists. As for true element boundary martial artists, there were less than 100. These were already the Heavenly Dragon sect's proud disciples, and above them were Qi controlling realm martial artists. They were elders, but in a very remote place in Sky Dragon country, a place they had never even heard of before. They had seen 70 or 80 true element boundary cultivators. How could they not be shocked? If they saw the hundreds of people in the Zhao mansion were all true energy realm martial artists, they wouldn't be so shocked. Prince Qian, the person in charge here, is not simple. Could he be sent by an enemy of the Sky Dragon country? Hua Yuding asked. Since ancient times, there must be a reason behind this anomaly. A small Zhao mansion actually had so many true element boundary cultivators, as well as a Qi controlling boundary master. Such a terrifying force. Under normal circumstances, the Zhao mansion should have been famous throughout Sky Dragon country. But the Zhao mansion was still so low-key. If not for Qi Fei and Wu Zhong, they wouldn't have known that the Zhao mansion had so many true energy realm martial artists. That's not very possible. I think it's possible that a hidden power has come into being, Qianlong said. Hua Yuding was startled. A hidden force? Everyone, the patriarch is waiting for you inside. Please follow me. Zhao Qingfeng walked out of the courtyard and smiled at the four. The four looked at each other with anticipation. They were finally going to meet the patriarch of the Zhao mansion. What kind of person could he be to cultivate so many true energy realm martial artists? Soon, under Zhao Qingfeng's lead, the four of them entered a large hall. Zhao Zhuo was sitting on the host seat. When he saw the four of them enter, he stood up and greeted them with a smile. I heard you're esteemed guests from the Heavenly Dragon School. You've brought light to my humble dwelling. I am Zhao Zhuo. How should I address you, esteemed guests? He glanced at Qi Fei, Wu Zhong, and Qianlong, and finally rested his eyes on Hua Yuding. A hint of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was already an expert in the first rank of the Qi-controlling realm, but he could not see through Hua Yuding. It could only be said that her cultivation was much higher than his. He's the patriarch of the Zhao mansion. Hua Yuding frowned slightly and looked Zhao Zhuo up and down. In her opinion, Zhao Zhuo's aura was very ordinary. It was true that he was a Qi-controlling realm expert, but in the Qi-controlling realm he could only be regarded as below average, even worse than Qi Fei and Wu Zhong. How could such an existence cultivate so much Xinyuan? Realm warrior? So it's Patriarch Zhao Zhuo. I am Qi Fei, and this is my junior brother, Wu Zhong. Qi Fei glanced at Qianlong, seeing that Qianlong had no intention of stepping forward. He understood that Qianlong did not want to reveal his identity, so he stepped forward and greeted with a smile. Brother Qi, Brother Wu. Zhao Zhuo smiled and cupped his hands. You're really the patriarch of the Zhao mansion. Hua Yuding frowned and said with a hint of disbelief in her tone, How dare you? How dare someone impersonate the patriarch of the Zhao mansion? Zhao Qingfeng shouted coldly, looking at Hua Yuding with an extremely unfriendly gaze. A trace of anger flashed across Hua Yuding's eyes. If it weren't for Qian Long shaking his head at her, she would have already slapped Zhao Qingfeng to death. How could a dignified Xiantian realm master be scolded by a true element boundary cultivator? Qingfeng, don't be rude. You can leave now. Zhao Zhua smiled. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at Hua Yuding coldly, then nodded and left the main hall. However, he did not go far, but stood at the entrance of the main hall. May I know your name, young lady? Zhao Zhua looked at Hua Yuding and said with a smile, Falling Flower Palace's palace master, Hua Yuding. Hua Yuding said coldly and directly announced her identity. Zhao Zhua was slightly startled, and his eyes finally showed a trace of emotion. He was a little shocked. He did not expect that apart from the Sky Dragon sect, the Falling Flower Palace's palace master would also come in person. The former was a warrior from the top sect of Sky Dragon, and the latter was the leader of the top assassin organization of Sky Dragon, Hua Yuding, who was ranked last among the Xiantian realm warriors. The chief steward, who had been standing in the corner of the main hall, sent a voice transmission to Zhao Zhua. Patriarch, I'm afraid we can't deal with an Xiantian realm warrior. Should we inform Senior Beixian? Act according to the situation. Zhao Zhua replied. Then he cupped his hands at Hua Yuding and said with a warm smile, So it's the Falling Flower Palace's palace master. I'm sorry I didn't come out to greet you. Cut the crap. Let the real leader of this place come out. The Falling Flower Palace's palace master said indifferently. The real leader, Senior, might be cultivating in seclusion. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to meet you. Zhao Zhua said with a smile. Meet him? What a joke. Hua Yuding was so angry that she laughed. Zhao Zhua used the word meet him to tell them that the status of the Zhao Mansion Senior was higher than theirs. How was that possible? Hua Yuding was neither servile nor overbearing, and could even meet the king of Sky Dragon Country if she wanted to. And Xiantian realm warriors' aura burst out from Hua Yuding's body and swept towards Zhao Zhua and the chief steward like a storm. At the Xiantian realm, the true qi had undergone a qualitative change. It was different from the true energy realm and the qi defensive realm, and its power was much greater. Boom! The entire main hall was destroyed by Hua Yuding's true qi and collapsed. Zhao Zhua and the chief steward were sent flying by the attack and landed heavily on the ground. They spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at each other in fear. If Ningqi hadn't cleansed their marrow twice, with their previous cultivation, they wouldn't have been able to withstand Hua Yuding's attack. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand Hua Yuding's move. The collapse of the main hall caused a huge commotion. Zhao Qingfeng and the others outside immediately gathered around, a trace of anger on their faces. The other disciples of the Zhao Mansion also rushed over. The Zhao Mansion was not big. In just a dozen breaths' time, hundreds of true element realm cultivators appeared around Flower Moon Pavilion and the others. Among them were 3 warriors of the qi-controlling realm. Father, Zhao Ruofei landed beside Zhao Zhuo with a hint of worry in her eyes. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Zhao Zhuo stood up and smiled. Chapter 2164. Your Excellency, the Zhao Mansion has no enmity with you. Why did you destroy my house? Zhao Zhuo looked at Hua Yuding and smiled. Hua Yuding's gaze swept around and finally landed on Dingfeng, Zhao Rua, and Shaoli. These 3 were also qi controlling realm masters, including Zhao Zhua and the chief steward. She had already seen 5 qi controlling realm masters and hundreds of true energy realm masters in the Zhao Mansion. With such a force, if another Xiantian realm master came, they would not be weaker than Falling Flower Palace in Tianlong. However, Hua Yuding was a proud person. Since she had already attacked, she would not give any explanation. She looked at Zhao Zhuo coldly and said, You have no right to speak to me. Ask the person in charge to come out. How dare you? Who is she? How dare she come to the Zhao mansion and behave atrociously? Suppress them. Flower Moon Ting's words caused the surrounding true energy boundary masters to become enraged. Now was the Zhao mansion's golden age, and every single one of them was a true energy boundary master. Now that a woman had suddenly appeared and insulted their patriarch, how could they endure this insult? Clenching their fists tightly, they waited for Zhao Zhua's order. If you really want to see Senior Beixian, I will send someone to inform him. However, whether Senior Beixian wants to see you or not is not something I can control. Zhao Zhua smiled and nodded at Ding Feng. Ding Feng saw this and flew into the air. After a dozen breaths, he returned to the crowd and said to Zhao Zhua, Master, Senior Beixian wants them to go over. All right. Zhao Zhua nodded and looked at Hua Yuding and the others. He smiled and said, You are lucky that Senior Beixian is willing to see you. Please follow me. Deliberately mystifying. I want to see what kind of master is so arrogant. Hua Yuding snorted. The people of the Zhao residence were infuriated when they heard this, but they didn't say anything. Instead, they looked at Flower Moon Pavilion with a faint smile and a hint of mockery in their eyes. Once she sees Senior Beixian's power, she won't be as arrogant as she is now. Qi Fei and Wu Zhong felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Being surrounded by hundreds of true element boundary cultivators like tigers watching their prey really made them a little nervous. Even if they were Qi-controlling boundary masters, it was impossible for them to defeat hundreds of true element boundary cultivators. Thinking up to this point, the two of them subconsciously glanced at Hua Moon Pavilion and heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, with Hua Moon Pavilion, a first-order Xiantian realm expert, their safety today was at least guaranteed. Soon, under Zhao Zhua's lead, the group arrived at an extremely unremarkable small courtyard. Compared to the courtyard Zhao Zhua had been in before, this courtyard could only be said to be slightly better than the woodshed. It was clearly different from the courtyards they had passed along the way. After all, this was Ding Feng's residence in the past. At that time, Ding Feng was just a small doctor. It was already very good for him to have his own courtyard. Later on, Zhao Zhua suggested that Ning Qi live in the best and largest courtyard in the Zhao mansion, but Ning Qi tactfully declined. Is it here? Hua Moon Pavilion and the others were slightly taken aback. They looked at the small courtyard in front of them with a strange look in their eyes. However, the next moment, Hua Moon Pavilion did not say a word and directly walked into the courtyard. She could not wait to see what kind of existence was playing tricks here. Everyone in the Zhao clan, including Zhao Zhua, had gloating looks in their eyes when they saw this. As expected, when Hua Yuding approached the gate of the courtyard, she was suddenly blocked by an invisible wall. A look of shock appeared on Hua Yuding's face. In the next moment, she suddenly pulled out a sword from her waist. This flexible sword, under the infusion of true essence, instantly erupted with a cold light. It stabbed forwards, but the result was that the flexible sword seemed to stab into something indestructible. First it bent, and then with a clang, it broke into pieces and fell to the ground. What's going on? Qianlong and the other two looked at this scene in shock. In their eyes, Hua Moon Pavilion's sword had only stabbed the air, and then it broke. Impossible. Hua Moon Pavilion's eyes were filled with anger. She was about to attack again when the door suddenly opened and a figure walked out. Senior Beixian. Zhao Zhua and hundreds of martial artists of the Zhao mansion cupped their hands at Ning Qi, and their voices shook the sky. Is he the person in charge of the Zhao mansion? These true element boundary masters. Were they trained by this person? Why does he look so young? Qi Fei and Wu Zhong looked at each other in shock. Qianlong's eyes landed on Ning Qi. The shock in his heart was no less than that of Qi Fei and Wu Zhong. Ning Qi looked like he was 18 or 19 years old, much younger than Qianlong. The The strongest person in this world was only at the 5th rank of the Qi refining realm, which was equivalent to the Battle King realm. Even an expert who could retain his or her youthful appearance would at most look 70 or 80 years old, but he or she would only look 40 or 50 years old. They had originally guessed that the person in charge of the Zhao mansion was at least 100 years old monster, or an experienced Xiantian realm martial artist. Therefore, they were stunned when they saw Ning Qi. "You want to see me? What's the matter?" Ning Qi walked to Hua Moon Pavilion, looked around, and said with a faint smile, "Are you the person in charge of this place?" Hua Yuding kept sizing Ning Qi up, but she realized that no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see through Ning Qi at this moment. Ning Qi gave her the feeling that he was just an ordinary person with no secrets. Mastermind. Ning Qi looked at her with a faint smile. "I'm just a passerby who's here to rest for a while. If you're looking for someone in charge, you should be looking for Patriarch Zhao Zhuo." Hua Yuding was stunned. She didn't expect Ning Qi to answer her like this. After the shock, Hua Yuding moved slightly and attacked Ning Qi like lightning. As the #1 assassin in Sky Dragon Country, she was extremely fast. Even the monarch of Sky Dragon Country, or the sect leader of Sky Dragon sect, would not be able to defeat her in a short distance. Even Li Shang might not be as fast as her. Qian Long's mouth opened slightly, but it was too late to stop Hua Yuding. However, he was a little curious. He wanted to see if this young man was the backer of the Zhao clan. Puff! Hua Yuding appeared behind Ning Qi with a glittering dagger in her hand. The sharpest part of the dagger fell on Ning Qi's neck, but this time it didn't even break Ning Qi's skin. Hua Yuding's eyes showed a trace of fear as she looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. She was confident that she could kill someone at the same level as her with this move, if that person didn't have any defensive measures. So naughty. Ning Qi smiled as he pinched the dagger. In the next moment, the dagger became extremely hot and turned into a fiery, red molten iron. Hua Yuding only felt a pain in her palm. She hurriedly took a few steps back and looked down. Her palm was already full of blisters. Chapter 2165. "Who the hell are you?" Hua Yuding looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. She was sure that the gap between them was too big and she was no match for him. He was most likely a grandmaster from the 3 dynasties. A passerby. Ning Qi smiled. Passerby? Zhao Ruo and the others' expressions changed slightly. They had already guessed that Ning Qi would leave the Zhao mansion one day. However, by that time the Zhao mansion would have become the #1 family in Tianlong Kingdom, or even the #1 family in Tian Su dynasty. "Senior, are you a grandmaster?" "I am the crown prince of Tianlong Kingdom." Qianlong suddenly took a step forward and bowed, respectfully. Hiss! Everyone in the Zhao mansion gasped and looked at Qianlong in disbelief. Even Zhao Zhuo was shocked by Qianlong's background. The status of the crown prince of Tianlong Kingdom was much higher than that of a Qi-controlling realm martial artist from Tianlong sect. In the past, Zhao Zhuo and the others would have knelt down. When they heard Qianlong reveal his identity, many of them wanted to kneel. However, they realized that the Zhao mansion was different now. Since the master didn't bow, they didn't need to kneel either. The crown prince of Tianlong Kingdom. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Qianlong with a faint smile. "At such a young age, you're already in the 10th order of the true element realm. You're only half a step away from the Qi-controlling realm." "Senior, you flatter me." Qianlong smiled modestly. But Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Zhao Jiu was startled. "Senior Beixian, are you talking to me? Anyone in the Zhao mansion has better aptitude than you. For example, he might be able to catch up to your current realm in a few months." Ning Qi smiled. Qianlong was startled and looked at Zhao Jiu subconsciously. He was just a rank 1 true element realm cultivator. Would he be able to surpass him in a few months? He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. with such a cultivation speed. Even his father, Tianlong, had never seen it before. Even the monarch of the kingdom had never seen it before, right? Jiao excitedly looked at Ning Qi. In fact, he didn't know what degree his aptitude had reached. After all, he was just a servant before, so there was nothing to compare himself to. But Ning Qi's words were the truth to him. Since Ning Qi said he could break through to the 10th order true element boundary in a few months, then he was willing. I can definitely do it. Senior, in this small Zhao mansion, there are actually hundreds of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This junior is truly impressed, but a first order true element boundary cultivator wanting to break through to the 10th order true element boundary in just a few months. I'm afraid, even with senior strength, it is impossible. Otherwise, then wouldn't the true energy realm cultivators under the 3 dynasties be as numerous as the hairs on a cow? Qianlong smiled sheepishly. Everyone knew that he was right, especially Hua Yuting and the other 2. They clearly knew that even if a Grandmaster Realm Master were to give someone an enlightenment, it would be impossible for a first-order true element boundary cultivator to break through to the 10th order true element boundary in just a few months. At most, it would be an advancement of 1 or 2 stages, and it would be very damaging to one's foundation. No Grandmaster Realm Master would do such a thing that would harm himself to benefit others. However, the people of the Zhao mansion were different. They had seen Ning Qi's divine ability with their own eyes and had become Ning Qi's followers. Naturally, they believed everything Ning Qi said. You don't believe me? Ning Qi smiled faintly. This junior really doesn't believe it. Qianlong hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Ning Qi smiled. Suddenly, a drizzle fell from the sky. When the rainwater fell on Zhao Zhuo and the others, their expressions changed. Zhao Zhuo and the others were originally qi controlling realm cultivators. When the rainwater seeped into their bodies, they found that their cultivation was skyrocketing. First order qi controlling realm, second order qi controlling realm, third order qi controlling realm. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Zhuo and the others had broken through to the 10th order qi controlling realm. The next moment, their true energy began to change qualitatively. A Xiantian realm aura exuded from the 5 of them. The Zhao mansion disciples, who were originally true energy realm, also broke through crazily. Not long after, their auras had undergone earth-shattering changes, and their bodies exuded a faint qi controlling realm aura. More than 300 qi controlling realm auras and 5 Xiantian realm auras filled this small space. Hua Yuting, Qianlong, Qi Fei, and Wu Zhong looked at this scene, dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts could no longer be expressed in words. In the entire Sky Dragon country, there were only a dozen warriors in the primordial realm. But now there were 5 warriors in the primordial realm, more than 300 warriors in the qi-controlling realm, and Ning Qi, who had unfathomable abilities. Such a force might have completely surpassed the Sky Dragon sect, or even the entire Sky Dragon country. Nation. What's going on? How did they suddenly all reach the qi-controlling realm? More than 300 qi-controlling realm warriors. Qi Fei felt a chill run down his spine, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Originally, being surrounded by more than 300 true energy realm warriors made him feel a little uncomfortable. Now that he was surrounded by more than 300 qi-controlling realm experts, Qi Fei suddenly felt like a sheep walking into a pack of wolves. Senior Beixian, Zhao Ruo, and the others looked at Ning Qi in shock. Ning Qi smiled and said to Qianlong, "Do you believe me?" Qianlong opened his mouth and then fell silent. He didn't know what to say to express his shock. "It's the rain." Wu Zhong was a little excited. He quickly opened his mouth to catch the rain, but his body didn't change at all. After a few breaths, he came to his senses and looked at Ning Qi in shock. What kind of trick is this? A single rain helped more than 300 true energy realm warriors to break through to the qi-controlling realm, and 5 Qi-controlling realm warriors to break through to the Xiantian realm? Hua Yuding looked at Ning Qi with a pale face. Her mind was in a mess. Ning Qi smiled and turned to walk toward the yard. Qian Long suddenly came to his senses. A hint of excitement appeared in his eyes, and he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Senior, please take me as your disciple." His action stunned Hua Yuding and the others, but Qian Long suddenly thought of a key point. Why did the senior show such a divine trick in front of him? There was only one answer. Qian Long didn't know whether his guess was right or not. Even if he didn't, he would never let go of this opportunity. Ning Qi's performance had surpassed his understanding of Grandmaster Realm Warriors, and even surpassed his understanding of this world. This was no longer a mortal's trick. Chapter 2166. "Let's go, Crown Prince Qian." Ding Feng walked up to Qianlong and smiled. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. Zhao Ruo, Xiao Li, Zhao Zhua, the chief butler, and the other disciples hadn't become Ning Qi's disciples. They had only cleansed their marrows and improved their abilities with Ning Qi's help. The relationship between the two was rather strange. Perhaps it was as Ning Qi had said. He was only repaying Zhao Ruo for picking him up. On the other hand, Ning Qi had asked Qianlong to stay in the Zhao mansion. No matter how slow Ding Feng was, he could sense the difference. That was why he was envious. Qianlong stood up in surprise. He still couldn't believe that Ning Qi had really asked him to stay in the Zhao mansion. Didn't that mean he had succeeded? "Thank you, brother." Qianlong hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed towards Ding Feng. At this moment, no matter what status he had, he did not dare to underestimate anyone from the Zhao mansion. "Crown Prince Qian, my duty is to protect you. I will be wherever you are." Hua Yuding said, "I'm sorry, Palace Master Hua. Senior Bei Xian has already made it clear that only Crown Prince Qian can stay. Everyone else, please send the guests away." Hua Yuding's face darkened. She was about to lose her temper, but she glanced at the yard and then at Qianlong. "Yuding, I'm very safe here. Take Elder Qi and Elder Wu and leave first." Qianlong nodded with a smile. If the Zhao mansion wanted to harm him, they could kill all of them right now. Therefore, it was safe to stay here. Hua Yuding remained silent for a while, then nodded and left. Crown Prince Qian, Qi Fei, and Wu Zhong were hesitant. They also wanted to stay in the Zhao mansion. "Elders, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way this time." Qianlong smiled and cupped his hands. Seeing this, the two of them knew that it was impossible for them to stay, so they could only nod and leave the Zhao mansion with Hua Yuting. Hua Yuding didn't walk through the city gate after leaving the Zhao mansion. Instead, she floated away like a fairy. When the cultivators in the vicinity saw this, they were secretly shocked. Such a movement technique meant that the other party's cultivation was definitely not weak. "Palace Master Hua has left. What about us? Shall we go back to the Sky Dragon sect?" Wu Zhong looked at Qi Fei. "I think it's necessary for me to pay a visit to the royal palace and report this matter. I want the king to know that such a godlike figure has appeared in a small city like 100 Mountain City. Perhaps there's some secret behind this. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing." Qi Fei looked solemn. He looked behind him with lingering fear. The small Zhao mansion had more than 300 Qi-controlling realm warriors, 5 Khanate realm warriors, and a senior Bei Xian whose strength was unknown and who had terrifying skills. How about this? You go and inform the country king, and I'll inform the sect master." Wu Zhong said. "Very well." Qi Fei nodded. The next day, Qianlong slowly opened his eyes. He had been cultivating the whole night. At this time, the sky was only a little bright. Qianlong's mind was not calm enough, so he stood up and left the room. This courtyard was arranged by Ding Feng for him. It was much more luxurious than Ning Qi's, so it should be his. Even with his status, Zhao Zhua and the others were still in awe of him. After all, he was the son of the king of Sky Dragon Country. As soon as he left the courtyard, Qianlong heard a collective yell coming from a place not far away. The sound came directly from the air, causing the ground to tremble. That is, Qianlong quickly walked towards the source of the sound. Soon he arrived at the training field of the Zhao family. He saw hundreds of qi-controlling realm masters holding long sabers and practicing with Dingfeng. Zhao, Zhue, and the chief steward were also among them. Ning Qi did not personally teach them the 5 tigers breaking the gate saber technique, but let Dingfeng do it for him. Instead, he let Dingfeng teach them. Every time Dingfeng brandished his saber, it was as if he was cutting through the void, creating a powerful gust of wind. The disciples of the Zhao clan behind him did not dare to be distracted. They focused on learning. More than 300 qi controlling realm experts brandished their sabers in unison. Waves of killing intent gathered together, causing Qianlong's heart to pound. This power, if used well, might be able to drive straight into the imperial palace. Unless his father took action personally, other Khanate realm warriors might not be able to stop him. However, even if his father took action, he might not be a match for that person. Qianlong looked at Dingfeng and the others enviously. The level of the 5 tigers blade technique was considered mediocre in the central mainland, but in a place like this, it was extremely powerful and profound. What do you think of this saber technique? A voice was heard beside Qianlong. Qianlong was startled. He quickly turned around and saw Ning Qi looking at Dingfeng and the others with a smile. Senior Beixian, this saber technique is very profound. Even the top secret manuals in the imperial palace are not as good as it. Qianlong cupped his hands and bowed. Profound, Ning Qi smiled. At that moment, the people in the training field had just finished their moves. When they saw Ning Qi, they all looked at him with admiration. Senior Beixian, Dingfeng leaped and crossed a distance of more than 10 feet. He landed in front of Ning Qi and bowed. One of the moves was wrong, Ning Qi said calmly. Dingfeng was slightly taken aback and then felt a little guilty. Give me the saber. Ning Qi smiled. Taking the saber, Ning Qi used the same strength as Dingfeng, a rank 4 qi refinement cultivator. This move, be it the direction of the saber or the control of the force, had reached the highest level of skill that could be achieved in his current realm. The saber aura was like a long rainbow, flashing past everyone's eyes. Following that, a series of gasps came from the training field. In front of everyone, there was a 300 feet deep ravine. This was created by Senior Beixian's move just now. Everyone stared at the ravine in front of them, dumbfounded. They could faintly feel the remaining sharp saber intent in the air. The force I used was the same as yours. Do you know what the difference is? Ning Qi smiled. Dingfeng received the saber in a daze. Then he used all his strength to slash out with his saber. In the end, there was a gully that was about 2 meters long in front of him. Compared to Ning Qi's gully, it was like the difference between a caterpillar and a giant dragon. Qianlong was shocked to see this. He stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. If what Ning Qi said was true, didn't that mean that every Khanate realm martial artist could, in theory, create such a powerful destructive force? As long as one's technique reached Ning Qi's level,